Cinco.
You weren't even late, Mike.
Yeah, I know, it's just,
You always were.
and tuck
You
in.
tell me when and I'll
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion. Welcome, everyone, to the April 14th City Commission meeting. We are going to enter into an executive session for at least 90 minutes. So we're going to start with that, and we'll be back at 5:30 with the meeting starting at 5:45. With that, I'd look for a motion.
Move that we recess into an executive session for approximately 90 minutes pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exemption known as KSA 75-4319, subsection B1. The justification for the executive session is to keep non-elected personnel matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:30 p.m. after the executive session has concluded.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sellos, second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. We are in recess. Okay, we're coming back from executive session, but we're going to extend it for 30 minutes. Sorry for those who are here, we're going to be a little late coming back. So I look for a motion to extend for 30 minutes.
Yeah, motion to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes pursuant to non-elected personnel matter exception KSA 75-4319B1. The justification of the executive session is to keep non-elected personnel matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 6 o'clock after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 3-0. We'll be back. Okay, we are back from executive session, and we have nothing to report. And so welcome everyone to the April 14th meeting, and we'll have Sherry read the announcement, the order of the meeting.
Good evening, everyone. If you would please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name and zip code before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That brings us to item B, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, second by Commissioner Pulliam. All those in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We have 4 proclamations tonight, 4 exciting, good proclamations. So we're going to start with proclaiming the month of April 2026 as National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. And Trevor Flynn from MSO will...
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Trevor Flynn, Assistant Director with our Municipal Services and Operations Department. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today to support our community's efforts and commitment to environmental sustainability and stewardship. I'm excited the City of Lawrence is joining communities across the country to inspire our residents to use water more efficiently, reduce pollution, and save energy. Just a few months ago, the Commission approved our updated water conservation plan that we filed with the state. As part of those updates, we incorporate information from the most recent municipal water use report that was published in 2025. In this report, the Lawrence citywide average water use over the period from 2019 to 2023 was 92 gallons per day per person, which is about 18% below the regional average of 112 gallons per person per day. The city improved from our prior average of 101 gallons per person per day from the previous period of record from 2013 to 2017. I congratulate our community for their conservation efforts for making these improvements. Throughout April, City Communications team will be providing messaging promoting water conservation and simple ways to save water along with other Earth Day activities. Thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you, Trevor. And I'll read the proclamation. Whereas the City of Lawrence continues to explore ways to manage the residential consumption of water and power and to inspire us residents to care for our natural resources. And whereas cities can engage in efforts to inspire their own communities as well as their neighboring cities to become better environmental stewards. Whereas the 16th Annual Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation is a landmark nonprofit campaign that encourages people from all walks of life to conserve water and other natural resources, helping to ensure a sustainable future for our communities. And whereas from April 1st to April 30th, 2026, the City of Lawrence wishes to encourage its residents to take the Wyland National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation by making an online pledge at mywaterpledge.com to reduce their environmental impact and support immediate savings on their water and electric bills. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation and urge the citizens of Lawrence to participate. Thank you. And along the same vein of water conservation is we're going to proclaim April 22nd as Earth Day. And looks like Kathy's here with guests.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is Luna, and I am Luna's mom, also known as Kathy Richardson. I serve as the city's Director of Sustainability and also the champion of the environmental sustainability commitment within our strategic plan. So the City of Lawrence is very excited to celebrate Earth Day 2026 with a bunch of events and activities throughout this month. Just a reminder that these events that are going on all move the needle on our KPI UI 13, which measures the number of events that celebrate and enhance environmental sustainability. We just want to mention 2 events that are going on this Saturday to invite you and the community to attend. The first one on Saturday between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. is the Kansas Riverbank Cleanup. Thanks to Friends of the Caw for coordinating that. Please join us at the city parking lot on the southeast corner of North 2nd Street and Locust Street. So that should be fun. And then in the afternoon, we're going to be at South Park between the hours of 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. And that is for the Earth Day Fair. We are co-hosting that with Watkins Museum of History. We've got Will Haynes here representing the Watkins Museum of History. We're very excited to partner with them again this year for the fair. And we have about 30 exhibitors that are going to be at the park with fun activities and a lot of great information. So we hope to see you all there.
Excellent. Will, you add anything?
Thank you. I can't say it any better than Kathy did. We are very happy to partner with the city and with our roughly 28 other partners for the 4th annual Lawrence Earth Day Fair. So we hope to see everyone there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the first Earth Day occurred 56 years ago and has been celebrated annually across the globe to confront our most pressing environmental issues, unite around a shared mission of protecting the environment we live in, and provide future generations with cleaner air and water, a healthier environment, and a safe and sustainable future. And whereas the global community still faces challenges including climate change, environmental destruction, deforestation, and air and water pollution, and whereas together we can overcome these environmental challenges and protect our natural resources in order to pass them on to future generations. And whereas the Lawrence Strategic Plan highlights environmental sustainability as a core commitment, meaning that we consider the environmental consequences of every decision, big and small, knowing that our actions have impacts beyond our boundaries. We protect and restore our ecosystem to make it healthier and more balanced for future generations. And this commitment, along with the other 5 commitments of the strategic plan, guide all budget and policy decisions. And whereas Earth Day offers a valuable opportunity to renew our commitment to preserving and protecting our Earth through community service, responsible stewardship, and daily practices. Now, therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2026 as Earth Day and urge residents, businesses, and institutions to celebrate the Earth through one's own actions and in support of the city's ongoing sustainability initiatives. Thank you, and hope folks can join us on Saturday. Now we're going to proclaim the month of April 2026 as Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month. Is anyone here to talk on that? Well, okay. I'm going to read it, though, because I like mathematics, engineering as a background. Whereas mathematics is the foundation of discipline for science and technology, and mathematical reasoning, analysis, and problem solving are increasingly vital in preparing our youth to lead productive and responsible lives. And whereas mathematics is a living and growing discipline, continually being created and discovered, the power of mathematics is revealed in richness and beauty of its intellectual structure and the diversity of its applications to almost every field of human endeavor. And whereas the beauty, challenge, and excitement of mathematics and its potential to enrich individual lives requires that through mathematics education, we make its opportunities available to all our citizens. And whereas the Joint Policy Board for Mathematics, a joint venture of the American Mathematical Society, the Mathematical Association of America, and the Society of Industrial and Applied Mathematics, was established to articulate and advocate sound public policy concerning the mathematical sciences, and feels ability to contribute to the public welfare. And whereas the Department of Mathematics of the University of Kansas is dedicated to the creation, application, and teaching of mathematics and to serving the mathematical needs of the community. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month, to be observed in schools in the City of Lawrence in recognition of the importance of mathematics and mathematics education. Join me in it. We've done this before, and I know KU does an event up at KU where they do some fourth grade or something, testing and some competition, so hopefully folks interested can check in on that. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we're going to proclaim the month of April 2026 as Fair Housing Month. And I think, let's see, Kevin Elliott? Is he? Okay, I don't see Kevin. Is he on, sometimes he's on Zoom. Is he on Zoom? Okay. Well, I'm going to read this. This is comes from our Human Relations Commission as it relates to Fair Housing Month, which, despite what the Kansas legislature does, it's important to us. Okay. Let's read the proclamation. Whereas April 2026 marks the 58th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, which provides in Lawrence equal opportunity for all residents in the sale, rental, and financing of housing, and prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, age, marital status, disability, familial status, color, religion, sex, or national origin, sexual orientation, and gender identity. And whereas the City of Lawrence supports efforts to eliminate discrimination in housing by working to educate all of its citizens on fair housing rights and responsibilities, and through enforcement of fair housing laws, including Chapter 10 of the Code of the City of Lawrence. And whereas it is the mission of the City of Lawrence to create a community where all enjoy life and feel at home, and to utilize effective strategies with a commitment to equity and inclusion in all aspects of daily life for all citizens. And whereas the City of Lawrence Human Relations Commission has been in existence for over 60 years and continues its goal to embrace inclusion and promote goodwill and collaboration across the spectrum of all people of Lawrence. And whereas the month of April is officially set aside as Fair Housing Month throughout this nation. Now therefore, I, Brad Finkeldine, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, in conjunction with the annual national commemoration, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 to be Fair Housing Month in Lawrence, and ask the people of Lawrence to join me in reaffirming our obligation to fair and equal housing for every person who resides or wishes to reside in our city.
Right.
Thank you for joining me on those four proclamations. That is going to take us to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would any member of the commission like to remove something from the consent agenda?
Mayor, I would like to remove item D7B.
Okay. Any other items? There were 3 quasi-judicial items related to the annexation, and they were deferred already. They're not going to be taken, we're not taking action on those tonight. So no quasi-judicial actions. So I'd look for a motion for approval of the...
Mayor, you said D7B.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, can we also pull D1A?
D1A. Okay. So I look for a motion with the exception of those 2.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Devo, a second by Commissioner Sellers to approve the consent agenda with the exception of D1A and D7B. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Let's take D1A up first. Commissioner Sellers.
Yeah, Mayor, just for a point of clarification or for clarity from last week's meeting, I wanted us to talk through one of the specific sections in Resolution 7472. In Section 2A2, which is the review, or actually just the policy statement, which is Section 2, subsection A, which is recruitment, and then it talks about review and nominations. And so I just wanted to make sure that everyone has the same interpretation of process. And so when it comes to someone who can be reappointed, and there may be others who apply, is it then our process and our duty is that person not automatically included as a nomination, or does someone from the governing body need to re-nominate someone who is wanting to be reappointed? I think that's where there is some uncertainty, and I would just want to make sure we all understand the same process and we have the same interpretation of it. So that's my main reason for wanting to pull that off, because I want to be able to make sure, because we have a lot coming up in September. So my thought process is, if there's someone who is eligible for reappointment, what is the process then if we know that there's going to be individuals who might also be applying?
Well, the process, I understand it, is they apply just like anyone else, and they're considered just like anyone else, and then there's a nomination. There's no deference for being reappointed.
Oh, I get that. So if someone is eligible for reappointment, we want them to go back in and reapply. So that starts that again.
And I believe, Sherry, don't you send a notice out a couple?
They do get notice to,
Okay.
to asking them if they're interested in reappointment. We have discussed that we wouldn't reappoint within 60 days, and that is about when we send that notice out. So those usually kind of coincide at the same time.
Okay. So I would say, since we're going to have an influx of reappointments coming up in September, if those emails are going out, if that can be reflected on the vacancy report, and that we also, because again, I mean, I don't know anybody's business and how often you all check your emails. Sometimes applications can get lost in inboxes, but if we could at least on that vacancy report, Sherry, if there's someone who is up and they reapply, or they, I don't know, I'm not, this is going to be really itchy.
So I guess my question, just so I'm clear, is the vacancy report that I send you all, if folks are eligible for reappointment, we do highlight that.
Right.
Now, their interest, we send that to them, but again, if the commission is
Right.
not interested in reappointing someone, do we want to send them a letter asking if they want to be reappointed?
Yeah, we want to know anyone, we want to send that to everyone
We
to
do
find
send it
out.
to everyone. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to think, I'm just asking how you want to
No,
handle that.
I think what Commissioner Sellers was asking is, we want to be sure we know that when the letter has gone out, so that we don't take it up without talking to that person.
Okay. Because you do
And-
not currently get copied on the letter that asks if they're reappointed.
No.
No.
You get copied on applications.
Yes.
Applications would be good.
Would you like to also be copied on the email that goes out?
No, I think of just indicating on the vacancy list that the email went out.
That they are, okay. Or do you want to know that they're interested in being reappointed?
I'm more interested in if they're wanting to be reappointed.
That's
Because I'm
fine.
wanting to think of the process. So if the process says they're getting a letter, so you highlight on the vacancy report that there's a potential vacancy. The letter goes out. They are then, if they want to be reappointed, they are then instructed to reapply,
Correct.
which then we see the applications, which then should trigger any one of us if we're wanting that person to be nominated or reappointed. That's on us. I just want to make sure any current community member who is sitting in a position on one of our boards and commissions, that they know once they receive that letter, they need to reapply if they want to be considered. Which I think that is there's some uncertainty there, and there's been some uncertainty, and we haven't done a good job of articulating that, as well as following our process as it relates to that.
And I think that's good. I'll just say, as my time here, sometimes we'll send that letter out and 30 days will pass,
Right.
45 days will pass, and I'll call the person and say, hey, are you interested in reapplying? Oh, yeah, I was going to do that. I haven't done that yet. And so I usually reach out to them to find out. Occasionally, they'll email back to Sherry and say, I'm not interested in reapplying, at which point, correct me if I'm wrong, Sherry, you'll remove the yellow highlighting off of their name.
Correct.
So if they respond and say, I'm not interested, we'll take that yellow off, because that tells us that they're not interested. But sometimes they don't apply quickly.
Oh, yeah. Some
Which is fine, so I
don't
follow up
apply
with them.
quickly, some do apply and don't,
Yep.
and our due diligence hasn't been done on our part. I'm just, my concern is, and when I
No, I
say
think
due
it's-
diligence, that's me being a little bit catty. But what my hope is that when it comes to September, like, since I know we have an influx of appointments to make, I want to make sure we give ourselves grace and that we articulate maybe some hard deadlines so that we're not trying to add folks at the 11th hour.
We can certainly reach out to them sooner than 60 days. If that would be helpful, we can send a follow-up email. We can update the letter to include more specific information to make sure they're clear that if they don't reapply, there is a potential the position could be filled. We have lots of options that we can do.
The other thing I would say on this point is that, frankly, the harder thing is not having people interested at all. We have
Yeah.
7 or 8, 9 vacancies that have been vacant for a while on different boards that I've been trying to find people. We've been asking people, and no one's applying for them. And so I guess I'll take this moment to say people should go online and see if those positions are interested in. Some of them are vacant now. Some of them will become vacant on September 1st. I think the bigger issue is finding people to actually want to apply for these boards than it is. But anyway, so I want to point that out, and I think all of us should be talking to people now to apply for some of these boards, not only the vacant ones that exist, but also the vacant ones that are coming open on September 1st.
And I was going to talk about this during my commission reports, but I don't want to. It seems like that we were focused on, how do we make sure that we know people are being reappointed versus appointed. I could talk about that commission report here, or do you want to wait? Because I did want to sort of discuss how this all works. And it seems like, to Commissioner Seller's point, there's a little bit of ambiguity post the change that was made 2 years ago.
Is it more of like a
Go ahead and
question?
Yeah, I mean, like,
Go ahead.
for me, thinking about like these 7 or 8 positions, like there's an aspect of how do we be more transparent while doing this? And I think it's a worthy discussion to say, like, hey, should the mayor have the ability to be able to choose a position for this as long as the commission in the background has the ability, if there's a majority of them, to say, hey, we're going to override that decision. So what that could look like. Would that make things easier to finding board positions if we did something like that?
Yeah, I think you know this. Prior to 2 years ago, it was the mayor nominates and the commission approves. 2 years ago, we changed it so that it is anyone can nominate and the commission approves. So are you suggesting maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, maybe any commissioner can, present an applicant. Mayor has the decision to say, hey, do we go forward on that? And then if there's something where the commission as the governing body disagrees with that, there's enough people disagree with that decision, it can be overruled. But then we give a little more deference to the mayor when making these board appointments.
Why? Because the final vote comes to us.
Every single one we vote for.
Yeah.
So
So why give him a vote before, well, why give them a vote before when the final vote comes to the governing body? I mean, if you're doing the work to recommend someone, to nominate someone, just do that. I don't think there's a need to say, Mayor, you make the final decision. If this person is interested and you've done the work to say this is someone that I have vetted, then that's the work. Why say, Mayor, consider this person, and only Mayor consider this person, and then everyone on the back end? I think it's just extra work. It's double work, because eventually it's going to come back to us.
Okay.
Because if we have someone, let's say there is a board that has a vacancy, and you have someone that someone has reached out to you and want to be nominated, someone has reached out to me, and they're nominated, that's two. That means that comes before us to have the discussion. It shouldn't be that you go to the mayor and say, hey, mayor, rub elbows.
And I'm not saying that.
Rubber stamp my person over
We don't
Commissioner
use- we don't
Sellers'
use that
person.
word.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I can see wanting to give a little bit more deference and authority to the mayor. I think this is,
I don't know, yeah.
except for this part, and maybe one early on, I think we've done a pretty good job in the appointments. I know I have shared names. Kimberly Patton is someone who put in an application. I know Kim, I know her background, and I submitted her nomination, and I did share with the mayor. This is someone that I know, just kind of like an ex parte, to say that in no way was I wanting to say, mayor, choose her over anyone. It's just, this is a nomination. So if there was someone else, then that would have been a discussion that we have. If that's not something you want to happen and you just want the mayor to have the final decision, that's what it sounds like I'm hearing. I don't want to backslide because I advocated for this current process, but I don't know if I want to go back. But that's just me.
Let me think more about that. I mean, to your point about, September's coming up. If nothing, we're not able to find something, would it just be easier for the mayor to say, hey, I found like 8 or 9 people? And maybe that's the same thing as all of us, like finding 8 or 9 people and having that vote.
I think there's benefits to each system, but I'm fine with the way it is, and I could use the help in finding people, so please do that. Okay. Let's, we're not taking action on this except to approve the 2 library board members. But we have brought it, so we'll open this up to public comment. Any member of the public like to speak on this item?
Mayor and Commissioners, Courtney Shipley, I appreciate your conversation on this issue. It's not against the people being reelected to the library board. The issue, it seems to me, that some commissioners have sort of touched on is there's no transparent way for you all to have a conversation, or maybe not an ideal transparent way for you all to have a conversation about multiple people who have applied for a board. So right now, only 2 of you could speak on a particular item. So Commissioner A and Commissioner B could talk about an appointment, but they can't talk to the other commissioners about it unless it's here in front of the public. So how do you make a recommendation without telling the other commissioners why you're making that recommendation, or without them knowing where it came from? What was unclear in this situation was where it came from, and who had the conversation about it and how it ended up on the agenda. So it seems like in the change that you made from mayor making appointments, which, just to be clear, the mayor even at that time would happily take recommendations from other commissioners. The question now is, how are you going to have thoughtful conversations about the applicants that you get, especially for the more controversial or what the public may see as more important boards, and do that in a diplomatic but transparent way. If none of you can speak to each other personally about it, that seems like the piece that's missing for the public, knowing where that recommendation came from, because that was not supplied to us in this case. So I appreciate your thinking about this, and I hope you spend some time figuring out a way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the room? How about online?
Yes, I do have one. Jeffrey Hepler?
Good evening, everyone. Jeffrey Hepler, 66044. I appreciate the conversation that's happening around this. I do prefer the idea of the current process where anyone can nominate anyone. It spreads the load of the work. And I'd just like to second Courtney Shipley's comments as well. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to us, and this is a conversation we can continue to have. But I think for now, let's move on, so we can get to the other stuff. We'll have this conversation later at some point, commission items or otherwise. So I'd look for a motion on D7A.
Move to approve the advisory board appointments.
I'm sorry, D1A.
Right, yeah.
Seconded.
Second, a motion by Commissioner Sellers, a second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. That brings us to D7B, which relates to the affordable housing recommendation related to Flint Hills Holding Group and Ninedale Lofts. Commissioner Devil, you pulled that?
Yeah, I've got a couple of reasons for pulling it. First of all, I thought it was interesting that, the way these two items showed up on our agenda. I know one was pulled for good reason, but the way they were worded was what kind of concerned me, because I think in one aspect, we're being asked to sit down and negotiate about what's going to happen after default, whereas in this case, we've had a decision made that there's going to be 3 units removed and that we need to remove $46,551 from the project. And so I wanted to talk about that in general and then have other people have the ability to talk about it, because I think we addressed the reduction in the units that were going to occur, but I don't think we ever really talked too much about the clawback in the funds. So I wanted to have that conversation.
Okay. Would you like Leah or staff to talk about that first, or question? Or just
Yeah, the question I have is, why the difference? I think I know, but I'd like to know. 2, is there a contractual number that is designed to categorically exclude certain funds from the project based on the number of units? 3, the original request for the units was a larger sum of money, over $700,000. Subsequently, we awarded them less money and for the same number of units. And so I guess I'm trying to understand the math to this process and also why the difference in the process. So that's all I'd like to know.
Leah?
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. What would you like to take first, Commissioner?
So we can start with, how did you arrive at the sum of $46,551 based on the subtraction of 3 units?
So that is the difference that so we did a calculation of the subsidy per unit under the original agreement, and then calculated that times 3 for the 3 units that would not be delivered.
Okay, so you just did a fractional difference based on a percentage of what's being completed versus what the original sum was?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that in the original agreement somewhere? Was there some sort of contract that he signed that talked about that? I want to make sure I talked about that tonight if it was.
Yeah,
Because you referenced specific language in the other one. You talked about contract and, very specific, and didn't go to that level on this, and I'm concerned about that, so I'd like to understand why.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So the agreement that's included in the agenda packet does outline the number of affordable units that are expected to be delivered for the amount of subsidy that's being provided. I suppose I didn't go into detail, perhaps because the commission had discussed it before, but I accept that as an oversight, and we'll make sure and be more detailed in the future.
It's just really for me, because I don't want to have to hunt for some of this stuff, specifically the contractual language, and I can do it. I just don't want to. I don't know if others have the wherewithal to do that. So fundamentally, you just used a number and applied it, and that's what I was thinking. But I wanted to make sure I understood that. And then secondarily, go on to the other issues about. If we're going to treat these 2 projects in the same agenda differently, is there a rationale for that? For you, is it because it's a private developer versus a public entity? Is it because there's public funds involved in Burton Ash at more levels? Can you kind of clarify for that? Because for me, As an outsider, that just doesn't seem consistent.
In my interpretation, they were handled similarly. So the Flint Hills submitted a request for an amendment to the agreement, reducing the number of affordable units, which the AHAB considered, and made a recommendation. The AHAB chair, Christina Gentry, is also here to answer any questions. And then they both originally went on the consent agenda, and one got pulled off of consent onto the regular agenda. But in terms of my process as staff and the AHAB process, they were handled very similarly. The AHAB reviewed the request by the developer, discussed it and considered it, and issued a recommendation to, as you see, to accept the amendment to the agreement, but requesting the difference in the funds back.
Okay, very good. All right, that's what I wanted to understand, so thank you.
So in projects like this, have we done clawbacks similar to this before?
We have not had to utilize the clawback previously. Before the agenda items before you this evening, all of the other projects have met their contractual obligations as outlined in the agreements.
I have another question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess a question that'll come up in the other one too is, has there been any work with the AHAB board and Flint Hills to try to find a way to take that money and use it in another one of their projects?
That would need to, so you're saying the money that would come back?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we don't have the money back at this point. The funds are distributed to the developers in both instances. So there would, at this point, there are no funds to work with until a decision is made whether to recoup those funds or not.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking if there's like, $46,000 in this project. I mean, and it may be this is a discrete project. We just have to look at it as this individual project rather than saying, if there are other ones that they're working on for affordable housing, could we take that $46,000 and then pass it to another project to make that more affordable or something along those lines? Does that make sense?
Well, that's exactly, I think, the intent behind the AHAB recommendations in both cases, to ask to claw back the funds so that they can be utilized towards other affordable housing projects, whether it's the same developer or another developer, to put those funds towards good community use to meeting our housing goals.
Any other questions?
Leah, I have a question for you, and Tony, I would love to hear your thoughts on this as well. Knowing that we're seeing some uncertainties with LIHTC dollars, we know that the president recently released his budget, and there's conversations of dropping those dollars. We know that the state is divesting in LIHTC affordable housing projects. And I know we spent a lot of conversation talking about this and kind of figuring out what we could have done. I know we talked about fees, and we know we didn't have that in the language. I guess my question to you, you had to pull back 3 units because of feasibility and sustainability. Do you see, I don't want to say this is going to become a trend, but because of the things that are happening with uncertainty in funding and a need for folks to do projects, or those who may want to do more projects, or is there appetite in the state for folks to do more LIHTC projects? Could there be another example of you go in front of AHAB and ask for something based on a number of units, and then based on going back and then looking at feasibility, you're going to have to change it again? Yeah, I said for you to. It's okay.
Are you done with your presentation or answering?
I'm
answering questions. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a few notes. It's going to be fairly repetitive, but do you mind if I answer your question just so I don't get called back up?
Well,
thank you, Commission, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on. Go ahead and answer the question. We'll give you a second to.
Yeah.
In a second, I'll let you give a bigger speech, but if you can answer the question first.
Can you repeat the question one more time, Commissioner?
Is this going to be a trend?
The volatility of markets, unfortunately, for the unforeseeable future is going to be a trend. If you'll recall, for New Hampshire lofts, for example, the original award was for $550,000. We had to come back before this board and ask for the additional $300,000. That passed the third-party review in terms of the but-for analysis conducted by the city's third-party auditor. In this case, we're trying to avoid coming back and asking for more money. We did cover this 2 months ago. I just think this is a cleanup item. We talked about 26 versus 29 units at length. I just don't think that it made it into the motion. I hope it's not a trend. I just can't control the outside factors to answer your question before I go to my diatribe.
No, just wanted you to be able to say what we had discussed before, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open it for public comment, and we'll let you go first, since you.
Thanks, guys, gals. So just real quick, I'm going to repeat a lot of stuff that we talked about a couple of months ago when this commission corrected the AHAB's decision to move 9 Del-Offs Phase 2 forward. And since then, I think it's important to note that in the preliminary scoring, we scored #1 in the state, and we scored #1 in the state by a landslide. We will be under construction here somewhere in the September, October, November timeframe. And thanks to Craig and his staff, we're further along at this stage than we probably have been on any other project that we've worked in Lawrence or beyond. But real quick, we originally asked for $740,000 for 36 affordable units. That does not include the market rate units or the live work units. That breaks down to a subsidy of $20,556 per unit. However, we were given a haircut and awarded only $450,000. We scaled the project down. We lost affordable housing, period. On the 26 units, that request represents $17,308 per unit, far less than what was awarded on several projects in the AHAP round, this round, and also the previous rounds. As a reminder, New Hampshire lofts, as I mentioned earlier, received $850,000 for the 49 affordable units. That breaks down to $17,347 a unit. All that matters is this request for the 26 units is far less than that as well. As I mentioned, this was confirmed necessary by your third-party findings. $450,000 represents approximately 3% of the total project costs. It is common for AHAB to award that percentage that exceeds 10 times if you're a nonprofit. Extremely important to note that if there's a $46,000 clawback, we do not have a project. The state of Kansas has already reviewed this project one time. We are resubmitting it at the end of this month. And lastly, I'm not sure if AHAB fully understood this. The majority of my questions that I funded at AHAB were in regards to etymology, asking if I was affiliated with Koch Industries. I believe they meant Coke Industries, and if we accepted Medicaid. Okay, and so I will repeat this that I repeated to them multiple times, as well as we talked about here in this room a couple of months ago. All apartments on the upper levels, including the 3 apartments in question, are underwritten below 60% AMI. Our affordable housing units all accept HUD vouchers. And again, I'm not sure if everybody on the AHAB board fully understands this. So the reason, again, why we are asking for 26, not 29 units, is simply so we don't have to turn people away because they have a second job or because they make $10 more a month. We turn people away all the time, right? And when we turn people away, that reduces affordable housing, not only in our communities, but it has a ripple effect citywide. So. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Christina.
Good evening, Commissioner. Good evening, Mayor. I will just also repeat a couple of things that were said in the last AHAB meeting that I attended, not this most previous, but the one in March. We understood that the consideration to provide a recommendation to approve amending the agreement to City Commission was our task. Our board is a fairly newer board. However, for the first year that I've been on, since 2019, we have no one who recuses themselves because of they have their conflict of interest. So we have folks who are aged in college to those who are no longer working, and those who are very knowledgeable and very prolific in affordable housing information. And so to that recommendation, we recommended approving the amendment with the financial obligation to return the funding. We understand the challenges the construction industry is facing and acknowledge that an amendment is a practical response to the influx of material costs and unexpected expenses. However, our primary obligation is to the taxpayers who fund these affordable housing projects. If the amended project scope results in reduced construction or operational requirements, we ask that any funding previously disbursed for those non-incurred costs be returned. This ensures that public resources are accurately aligned with the actual production of the project. The proposed amendment is understandable in light of increased material and construction costs. Construction costs. However, as a project will no longer be completed as originally proposed, any public tax funding allocated or costs that will no longer be realized must be returned to the AHAB. It is essential that public funding remains strictly tied to the actualized scope of the project. So I want to also reflect on the Flint Hill 9 Del Lofts amended funding agreement. There was, as I continue to look through the pages 102 of 163, but the project in section 4, the project timeline and time frame for reporting requirements states in section 4, item B, changes and/or deviations in the project require consultation with the Affordable Housing Administrator and may require approval from the AHAB and the governing board. We had not received any information, and I recognize too that we are not a governing board, we are a recommending board, but there was a lack of transparency and substantive changes to units that was reported or non-reported to the AHAB board. We take our responsibility very serious.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Other public comment on this item? How about online?
No, Mayor.
No. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board, to the commission.
I just feel like, you know, this should be about housing and about providing homes and residences and lodging and whatever services we can provide when it comes to our housing board and authority. And I feel like the ultimate goal should be more doors for the lowest price possible. And when you look at the cost per door for a public housing unit, if it's $80,000 that we're contributing and we're contributing $16,000 a door for a private unit, I feel like we're getting a pretty good, or $17,000 a door in this case. I feel like we're going to talk about spending our dollars wisely. I think it makes a lot more sense to put it in the hands of the people that finish projects, and they get less money and they have less of our money in on the pot, but they produce more doors than anybody else. So if you compare the public and private sector and how we're doing as far as actually creating public housing, I feel like, affordable housing with public vouchers included. And that's the thing, you know, HUD vouchers are something that we're contesting in court right now. People don't want to serve this community. And here we are sitting and talking about taking money away from somebody who's willing to develop in the space, accept vouchers without concern, and also try to build in a buffer of housing to people who don't have enough money to comply or receive the voucher, but are not rich enough or have enough wealth to live in another unit somewhere else. And so for me, this is about providing choice. And I don't know if $45,000 is worth getting upset about, but I did not intend to take that away when I agreed that we should reduce it down to 26. I'm concerned that we're going to take away this money, and some of the wording that was used concerns me even more tonight, because to say that this money wasn't expended already is kind of a good point, but I feel like we have a misconception of how these dollars are spent, and we're contributing to the overall project, but this is not our project, and I can't imagine how many dollars are going to be required to finish it. But if $45,000 is something that's going to stop a developer from doing a project, and then he has to resubmit his applications, and now there's a reduction from the local municipality on his project, perhaps he can explain those things to them. But again, what does that do to our reputation? So I worry about what we're trying to do. I understand we need to have constraints in place so that our tax dollars are spent wisely, but I don't understand. We're having two conversations tonight about clawing back hundreds of thousands of dollars on a project that's not going to happen, and we've got one that's trying to happen, and we're doing something to somehow make it potentially not. And that concerns me, and I want to make sure you all understand that these are serious decisions we make, and it's only $45,000, but it's the appearance of us as a community of when a developer asks for a larger percentage per unit per door, is then given less per unit per door, and then when he doesn't meet that level, then is given even less per door. It just comes down to, for me, why are we making these decisions? Why do we have this money? And what are we trying to achieve with these investments that we're providing? And if we don't know what we want to do, then maybe we need to rethink this whole application process, and we need to be making these decisions, or we need to give AHAB clear understanding of what we want to do with our tax dollars, and we want to produce. We don't want to have things sitting around languishing. We want housing for people, and we want it done with our tax dollars well, but we don't want it mired in red tape and vulnerabilities in this case. So right now, this project is vulnerable, and I'm worried about it, and that's what I wanted to tell you. So,
Thank you. I guess I would add that, back in December, we added $80,000 to this project for some of the reasons you were talking about. Had I known at that point, later we tried to take $46,000 away from it, that seems something we could have known at that point, and/or I think at that point we knew that AHAB, and I think, and Leah said originally this was 29, now it's 26. We knew that at the time we made the decision to give them $80,000. It seems awkward to me to give them $80,000 in December and take $46,000 away from them now. I'm not for taking it away from them at this point. I think we covered this 29 to 26 back in December, and again, maybe we somehow should have made that clearer at the time. We gave them the $80,000, but why give them 80 and take 46 away later? So I will not support taking the 46 from this project.
So, Mayor, it was your interpretation that by granting the $80,000 for the permit fee, or the need of $80,000, would then would justify the need for reducing the number of units?
Say that again.
Because we had the two together. This is what my concern was when we had these conversations together.
Yeah.
Because we had a conversation about the need for the $80,000, and then we had the conversation about the reduction, and therefore the amendment, and those two conversations came together. So it sounds like to me that it was the idea that, well, if we provide them with the $80,000, if we provide Tony with the $80,000, that would then justify us not needing to claw back any money because of the reduction in units.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So, yeah, the agreement that says they were going to do 29 units is dated February 11th, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
He then asked for additional money. AHAB denied it. It came to us in December. We had a discussion about adding 80,000, knowing at that time it was in disagreement with the 29 versus the 26.
Right.
We added the 80,000 to it. We also talked about where to get that 80,000. And we never said, well, it's really only going to be 40,000 because we're going to take it back from them.
Right.
We came up with other ways to do it. And so at that point, when we made that decision, we knew the 29 versus the 26, and we proceeded. This seems like giving on one hand and then trying to take it away on another. So that's my concern.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, and Christine, can you come back to podium. I guess because I want to be able to ask a question that I think you were going into with your comments. As it relates to the conversation around the amendment, it sounds like the board's justification for wanting to reclaim that money was based on kind of a lack of transparency from the applicant as to why, justifying the reason for not needing to give that money back.
Absolutely. There is and there has been substantive changes to the units and sizes to go from one number in the 30s and now to 29. It was a lot of changes and adjustments that were being made. Additionally, it's funny that, nonprofits are mentioned here in this space only because the the very much information that has to go into an application for a nonprofit for grant funding and items that we apply for, and then we understand we're also visualizing and giving the scope of the idea that we are presenting. In the application process, along with the multiple applications that the Flint Hills Holding had submitted in that grant year, there was just an irresponsible silent changes that were uninformed, and it seemed as though that there was a dishonest application process. I'm not saying that there's dishonesty. What I am saying is that evidence suggests that the application submitted by Tony was not properly answered, but rather copy-pasted, which across multiple applications. And when you do examine applications for any opportunity to grant monies, you want to know where that money is going to go. You want to know that you, as as a leader, a steward in the space of serving on a board, you have a responsibility to examine each and every line, to look at the budget, and then also, Mr. Deaver, to examine how that's going to affect the community that we live in. And so it's important that we look at the affordable housing, not just the application, as well as how it's going to support single-family homes and support those who are in most need of affordable housing, which is our goal. And so with that, there's a procedural integrity that was just lost in this process. Many years I've served on this board, and there has been many years that we have, and with very great accomplishments, celebrated Flint Hills projects as being one of the greatest and most best way as a model for affordable housing, and how we can work together with our people who are not only in nonprofits, but our builders, our infill, our folks who are doing the work, not just on a nonprofit level, but on a mass level. But accepting such applications sets a dangerous precedent. Suggesting that developers can secure public funds through a non-rigorous cut and paste submissions rather than a detailed, honest application doesn't do us the good jobs of servants to really understand how this is going to affect our community. We not only have a deficit in, we don't really have so much of a deficit as it stands now, but we have a deficit in single-family dwellings. We have a deficit in larger homes that are needing to be remodeled or revamped. And so when we asked the applicant a question one time, and I think it may have been a Medicaid question years ago, but that was maybe because of some other senior housing. It had nothing to do with this Flint Hills project number 9. When we asked him a question about one bedrooms and single family sizes, I believe the applicant assured us that indeed a single family could live in a one bedroom apartment. And so those of us with children know that that's not really always a best practice. And so as stewards to this community and as folks who are lived experience and people who want to see more affordable units, and those affordable being something that we can absolutely understand as affordable, and it's written out as clearly as an application that's asking for money from city dollars should be, we should be able to give an understanding to our community of these tax dollars and when they're going to be served. And that's all we wanted to do, is to understand how the tax dollars that are coming from our community are going to be spent. And in this application process, not in the previous, but in this application process, I believe that the community deserves to know exactly where tax dollars were going, and we just did not. There was just not enough information towards the end. And so our obligation is not to not work and understand and how to collaborate effectively with our community in partnerships. We just don't think this was a good example of one. The application in itself just was deficit, and it was bare, and it was a hard time for us to understand. I don't know if you all watched some of those videos, but there's a lot of questions. We had a lot of discussion about this particular application. So I just wanted to know, I don't have 3 minutes, but I wanted to just explain our process. In this vote, there were 3 out of the 5 who voted in favor for there to be a return of the monies and a clawback for the amount. And that was because we have not an understanding of how long the public trust or the public fund is going to supply for affordable housing, right? I think it's 2027, then this funding for tax may end. We have opportunity to put monies towards opportunities for housing, affordable housing in our community, and we'd like the opportunity to do that. So with more applications that can be
I hear you. I think you've gone past your question.
I just wanted to very much
No, and
I'd rather say too much.
No, you answered it. I'm going to stop you there because I think the matter of the question, it just comes back to the commission and their interpretation of, does providing the $80,000 justify not the need to claw back to $46,000? I think that's the question for us at the time. So what I do want to say, and thank you, Christina, for sharing that. We are a model community on how public and private either work together or work side by side to address affordable housing. I hate that we have conversations about, nonprofit gets a pass versus private. I mean, Tony, you're someone that we don't have a lot of folks in this state that do the work that you do. We have folks that want to come in and do that work, but yes, it is true. You are doing work in the community that, what?
Can I respond to that?
No, because one of the things I'm going to say is that I'm kind of tired of the gaslighting.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to start with you, because this is a repeating factor. I mean, this is something that's a common thread. So when you come to us and you're saying that you're getting mistreated about funding opportunities, and then you gaslight my community members who are my board members by saying, oh, it's Koch, but I think they meant Coke, and oh, this, and they asked about fund, these are the folks that are making those decisions. Whether you like it or not, they were voted on by us to be stewards of the city's money. So for you to come in front of us and gaslight my community members, and then you want me to bypass this and prevent that money from being clawed back, that's a lot of strong privilege, my friend, and that's privilege that you don't have. And like I said, I do appreciate the work you do. I do. But I don't appreciate the tone and conjecture that you provide in this room time after time. And so that's a piece for me. Does it play a part in this? Not so much so, but I get tired of it. And I think it goes because it's a through line on the matrix of affordable housing. It is complex work. The braiding and blending of dollars, the idea that, scoring for LIHTC funds and competition with others in the state, and having to scale up, scale down. Many of us, not everybody, understands that. So I get this point. This is, I think, for me, like I said, for me, the interpretation, it sounds like what the interpretation was is that by finding the $80,000, that was supposed to mitigate any types of a decision of doing any clawback. And so that's what I have to decide on.
Other comments?
Yeah. Thank you for everyone who's made comments, in particular, Ms. Gentry. I think you outlined very well, regardless of what project, what developer. You talked about the process, and the process is incredibly important. We want to be consistent. I definitely want our taxpayers to understand that we do have parameters within what we expect people to stay within, and the integrity of the process is absolutely imperative if we're going to continue with these projects. Truthfully, I was the one in December bringing up, but wait a minute, let's talk about this agreement. It was my understanding, not necessarily that we were going to be clawing back, but that we would be addressing the fact that we went from 36 to 29, now to 26. So, I mean, I'm still in the thought process on how I believe I should vote on this. But I definitely, we talk about AHAB making 2 different recommendations. And you did put it pretty brilliantly on one end of the spectrum, which is we're squawking at a considerable small amount of money comparatively for a project that is moving forward versus a project that potentially is not moving forward. And that does make a lot of sense, absolutely. But if we look at the other considerations and, again, integrity of the process and ensuring our taxpayers that we are good stewards, as Commissioner Sellers indicated, that we can't allow projects. I'm not even going to talk about specific developers, so it doesn't feel like it's personal against one developer or another. Really, we can't let any project come in and go, well, it's volatile, we need X, Y, Z. Otherwise, we should certainly formally dictate that we will move forward with a project for the integrity of the project, and if there is volatility, then we're willing to sustain that. Maybe make something formal like that. But I'm just saying, I think AHAB has done an amazing job. They did, I think, what we have asked them to do. They were discerning. They scrutinized and assessed everything, and they did what's best for the taxpayers, and for that, I'm very grateful. Mr. Krishner, I'm very grateful for everything that you do as well. This isn't a fun decision, but I'm real big on consistency and continuity. It's likely I will vote in favor of clawing back this money. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, and so I guess one question from us, from the board perspective, is if we look at this project and say, hey, what went right here, what kind of could have been done better, what can we do to make that process better in the future? That would be my question about that.
And maybe this is a question for Leah. In December, when we brought up the 80,000, and we devoted a week, and we said, let's come up with the ways we would pay for this, because there's no money left in the fund.
Correct.
I guess, why didn't you say, well, one of the ways we could pay for this is claw back $46,000? That was not one of the options we were to consider, and then to wait 3 months and ask for a clawback. That's my concern. Why? I mean, if we're going to do this, it seems like you would have asked for it at the time.
Mayor, I did make that recommendation at the time. And
okay, it's not in the staff report, I guess. I'm looking at the staff report now.
So I made that recommendation when the commission first discussed it, and you asked if staff had any ideas, and I brought up the discrepancy in the units and suggested that that could be one way that we could pay for part of this. And I believe your comment was that we would deal with that at another time, ask staff to come back with other recommendations. My understanding based on that comment was that that was not a recommendation that the commission was interested in, since I've made that recommendation and the commission moved on, and we still don't have a source of funding for that 80,000.
So And I do recall that, and so that was December 9th discussion, and then on December 16th, looking at the
Correct.
end report, we listed a couple, and that was not one of the listed ones. So when we actually voted on it on December 16th, that wasn't one of the possibilities. So I took that to mean that was off the table. We were approving the 80,000, and we're looking at other ways. Now, again, I think that's what Commissioner Sellers is saying, is what's the interpretation of that, but that's how I interpreted it. At that point, we were making the decision not to claw it back. It was a possibility that we then came back and then discussed, and so that's why I'm feeling this process is, which is, again, I felt like I made that decision back in December. Others might not feel that way, but that's how I felt.
Mayor, the motion, just to be clear on that date, said at the 29 units and asked staff to bring the item back for funding. I know that's not the clawback, but it was important to you all to specifically conclude at that time.
Because it was
29
contingent on the developer fees.
So approve an $80,000 fee waiver as consistent with the application for the 9Del2 project at the 29 units and ask staff to bring the item back for funding determination. After
that's-
the results of this.
That's helpful.
Because the
That's
conversation.
different than I remember that.
Yeah, that we had the conversation about the different units, and I and then Tony, you had talked about there was $80,000 for the fees, and if there was a way that by providing that would allow for the 29 units to be built. It was consensus for staff to find the money. Staff found the money, and now we're here.
Okay. Sounds like I might be.
So maybe, so then, Tony, is that not the interpretation that you got from that meeting? Because again, yes, on the subject.
No, I couldn't interrupt a motion being made, obviously. But just as discussed at the AHAB meeting, the reasons going from 29 to 26 units, we discussed that at length during this commission meeting as well back, I believe, in November, December. And again, like I stated again today, the reason being is so that we don't have to turn people away. All of the extra 3 units, they're all still affordable. They all still accept HUD vouchers, right? And so it was, to answer your question, no, I did not. What we were there talking about that day, what I presented that day as part of the 3-pronged request was not to stay at the 29. And as I said then, and I'll say now, if $46,000 goes away today, we do not have a project. And so the issue that I thought today was going to be a cleanup item, shame on me for misunderstanding the severity of this since they're still going to be affordable, was just simply the 29 versus 26, not having to turn away people that make $5 more.
Okay, so yes, so I'm going to lay this all out. For you, not having that money would make or break the project. So it wasn't about 29, 26, it was about none at all. So you came to us and said that you needed the $80,000, and a workaround to that was we're going to reduce it, and I also need some money for the fees. So if you can give me the $80,000 for the fees, I'm not giving you 29. I'm giving you 26, but that's better than 0.
Well,
that's essentially what that's laid out.
But Commissioner, both requests would be in my favor, right? I need the 80 per the qualified allocation plan.
Right, but Tony, just you needed the 80,000.
That's correct.
Was the 80,000 for 29 units or for 26 units?
26 units.
Thank you. So that's what I said.
Yeah.
Is that you wanted the 80,000 to save the project, because if you didn't have it, then there would be no units. And so at the time, you needed the 80,000 so that you could do at least 26, because you moved and shaped and did some things, because you couldn't do the 29. You needed the 26.
That's correct.
Right. So somewhere in the conversation and in this ether, no one articulate, well, I figured it out, but I mean, clearly no one else figured it out. And so now we're here where the board is saying, we gave you money and you're still taking units away when it wasn't, I'm just making a statement, Tony. I'm not saying yes or no.
I didn't say anything.
Okay, but I mean, the moving in the head, it gets me itchy. The idea is that at the beginning, you needed the 80,000 to keep the project alive. And the best way to keep the project alive was to reduce it by 3. I get that. I understand that. I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just wanting to articulate it in a way that everyone understands why we've had 3 conversations and we were still confused about what people wanted to vote on. And that's and they're wanting to know why we have this in front of us. We have it in front of us today because we were never supposed to claw the money back. The idea was that by giving you the 80,000, we agreed that it was okay for you to reduce the number of affordable units by 3 because it saved the project.
I would not put it that strongly, but yes.
I mean, but you did. You said, they're still affordable. Because, I mean, they're still affordable, right?
100%.
Okay, so, but we're getting 3 less based on the original conversation.
Balanced project. You're getting 3 less specifically under the document titled the Land Use Restriction Agreement. You're 100% correct there.
I figured I was, so. Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
And I wanted to highlight, Sherry, thanks for pointing me back to the minutes. And Leah, I apologize. It's right there in the motion. It says we ask you to bring this back. I misremembered that. So I apologize for that comment and question. And thank you, Sherry, for pointing that out to me. Okay, other comments, questions, motions?
Motion to approve the request by Flint Hills Holding Group, LLC, to amend the 2025 AHTF agreement to reduce the number of required affordable units from 29 to 26, and request repayment of $46,551 representing the AHTF subsidy associated with the 3 units that would no longer be included in the project.
Second.
Question. So in this case, a yay vote is to claw back, a nay vote is to retain.
Correct.
Just wanted to make that clarity.
Okay, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Courtney, a second by Commissioner Polian. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Did you say aye? No. Okay, all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, another motion?
Give me 1 second, Mayor, just to get that recorded before somebody makes a motion, another one.
Say that again?
I was just.
She needed to wait to record.
Before somebody made another one. Thank you.
Let me do it.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So, Mayor, I would offer another motion, which would be to change the item B to approve the request by Flint Holdings Group, LLC, to amend the 2025 AHTF agreement to reduce the number of required affordable units from 29 to 26.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Devo, second by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, may I get a
Yes,
quick point of
clarification.
So this is just amending the agreement, but we are giving the 80,000, no clawback, just.
We already gave the 80.
No clawback.
Yep.
Correct. Okay, we'll try it one more time. Motion by Commissioner Devo, second by Commissioner Sellos. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
What were you, Commissioner
I
Sellos?
said nay. It still passes, though, 3-2.
Okay, passes 3-2. Okay,
So I'm clear, Polian and Sellers were nay.
Correct.
Sellos and Polian were nay.
Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to regular agenda item 1, which is affordable housing related issue related to the Boat Nash Affordable Housing Trust Fund agreement. And I need to recuse myself on this item, so I'm going to let Vice Mayor Courtney take it from here, and I'll step aside till this matter's over.
Don't eat anything while you're back there.
Can you state the reason, please?
What?
Can you state the reason?
Oh,
He just doesn't.
I have a substantial interest under the statute because my wife works for Boat Nash.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And in terms of this, would a good flow for this be based on the last one to say, we'll have a presentation by staff, public comment where it can start off by Dr. Watkins or Mr. Herbert. They can present as public comments first. The rest of the public can go. And then after that, if we have questions when it comes back to the commission, we can ask questions from there. Does that sound appropriate?
Yeah, I think the goal would be to have staff and then have a representative as for the applicant to be able to speak, not under public comment.
Okay, we can do it that way. Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Leah Roseland, Affordable Housing Administrator, here to present the AHAB's recommendation for the Burton Ash Rockledge project item. And Christina Gentry, the chair of AHAB, is also available to answer any questions. So for a brief overview, the Burton Ash Rockledge project was intended to deliver 22 to 24 units of permanent supportive housing. This was a key project in meeting supportive housing goals included in the Place for Everyone plan. The city entered into two separate agreements, two separate affordable housing trust fund agreements with Burton Ash in 2023 for $108,000 and 2024 for $450,000, totaling an affordable housing investment of $558,000. Those agreements included standard requirements, including project milestones, reporting, construction timelines, and importantly, a clawback provision that allows the city to recover funds if the project does not proceed. In January of this year, it was confirmed that the project will not move forward as outlined in these agreements. Based on this, at their March 12th meeting, the AHAB unanimously recommended invoking the clawback provision in Section 10 of the agreement to recover the $558,000 of affordable housing trust funds and make them available for reinvestment through the city's standard affordable housing trust fund process. I want to highlight some key principles that inform the AHAB's recommendation. First, these funds are performance-based. The agreement is structured around delivering a project, not simply making a good faith effort. While effort is important, it is not the contractual standard for retaining public funds. Secondly, development projects inherently carry risk, financial, logistical, and operational. Those risks are assumed by the developer when they enter into the agreement. Allowing funds to be retained without a completed project would shift that risk onto the taxpayers. Thirdly, this decision also sets a precedent. Other organizations compete for these funds. We normally have 3 times the amount of requests as funds available to disperse. And all applicants and grantees are held to the same standards. Consistent enforcement ensures fairness and maintains the integrity of the city's funding process and the trust of taxpayers. Finally, at the end of the day, no housing units will be delivered by Burton Ash for this project, and the project will not move forward with Burton Ash. Recovering these funds allows the city to reinvest them into projects that will produce the housing outcomes and city plans that the community expects. At the AHAB meeting, there was discussion of potentially transferring the project to another agency, which Burton Ash has been exploring with the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. However, there's no executed agreement in place, and my understanding is there's no agreement near completion. There's no defined scope, timeline, or budget for the new project, and no mechanism for accountability under the new project under the current funding. If the funds are not returned, then the city effectively loses its ability to evaluate and approve how those public dollars are used. Returning the funds ensures that any future proposal can go through the proper review process and align with current priorities, thus preserving the city authority for use of public funds in our trust. Burton Ash has reported that all of the affordable housing trust funds were spent on engineering, design, and other pre-development soft costs. These are project-specific expenditures. They cannot be transferred or reused in a new project with a different scope and design. While the AHAB recommendation, for these reasons, the AHAB recommends invoking the clawback provision, recovering the $558,000, and reinvesting those funds through the city's established process to ensure accountability and the delivery of housing outcomes. The requested action is to approve the AHAB's recommendation to invoke the Section 10 clawback provision of the agreement to recover the previously dispersed funds for the Rockledge project and direct staff to negotiate a repayment plan with Burton Ash if appropriate. AHAB Chair Christina Gentry is also here this evening, and both of us are happy to stand for any questions.
And so tonight, we're basically talking about a couple things. It could be the clawback, it could be we just waive the whole thing, or it would be we continue conversations with Burt Nash on how we may do this with some other entity. If it's not the housing authority, it could be something else. Is that fair?
I would suggest that the decisions are, to utilize the clawback provision or to close out the agreement without recovering those funds.
May I, Vice Mayor? Can I ask a question
please.
then?
Yep.
So, as I was saying, the language is what I was trying to trigger on this and make sure I understand. You're asking to maybe have the authority to do the negotiations instead of us doing it here and then coming back, giving you guidance to do those negotiations, because it basically says direct staff to negotiate a repayment plan with Burt Nash Community Health Center if appropriate. You're seeking that? You're seeking instructions on how to work out that negotiation tonight, or do you want to have that authority to do so? I guess I want to make sure I wasn't clear on that.
Well, this evening, the decision is to approve that was the AHAB's recommendation. So to approve the AHAB's recommendation to claw back the funds and direct staff to negotiate a repayment plan, or don't approve the AHAB's recommendation.
How to do the plan, though? I mean, like a repayment plan, is that something that you would arrive at a later date?
Correct.
Rather than us trying to work out the details?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. That is correct, yes.
So there would be some agreement reached at another, we don't have to arrive at that this evening, and we
Correct.
just need to agree to either claw back or not claw back this evening. I'm like, I guess I wanted to make sure I understood.
100%. Yep.
Yes.
I didn't know how much advice they needed from us tonight.
Do we want to hear from the applicants right now, or they're, okay.
I mean, not unless the chair wanted to add anything.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Herbert, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Burt Nash. I am the chair of the governing board, and I was present at the AHAB meeting. So I do want to start with a quick point of order. It was presented to the commission as a unanimous vote. That is incorrect. The AHAB meeting was not a unanimous vote. I believe Mark Bueller voted in negation for recommending the clawback. So it was a split decision that evening. What I would like to present to you tonight, and I want to be very careful of, Robert's Rules of Order and all that, and not mix agenda items here, but I want to actually start by going backwards to a comment that Commissioner Dever made on the previous agenda item, where he talked about the ultimate goal of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and those monies is to create affordable housing within the community, to create doors, as he said. And I'm speaking to you on behalf of Burt Nash this evening to tell you that our goal is the same. And so, Vice Mayor Courtney, to your point, I believe what we are asking you to do this evening is to look at your third option. It was also presented to you that this project will not proceed. That is true. That technically a sentence structure that is true, but this is a meaningful project that Burt Nash is still actively working to see happen. The technical definition would be this project will not be captained by Burt Nash. However, Burt Nash is working with the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority to see this project through. The $558,000 that you have graciously given us for this project, that I do want to thank you for, is not all the money that's involved in this. Burt Nash has independently secured a $2.5 million grant for the project as well, which is transferable. So if it comes down to just money, we owe the city $558,000. The obvious response from Burt Nash would be simply, we sell the property that we own, we accumulate the money from that, we write you a check. But there's $2.5 million at play here that we are seeking to put to use for exactly what Commissioner Dever says, and that is creating affordable housing within the community. At the point at which we sell that to a private developer, that money is gone. It is no longer available for use. Instead, what we are proposing you allow us to do this evening is offer us grace on this, not forgive the $558,000. I want to be very clear about that. We are not asking you to vote to ignore that money. That money was given to us with the purpose of creating a project, and it is our goal as an agency to make sure that that is fulfilled. But rather to give us the time to allow us to work with the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority to see to it that that money that you've given us for the purpose of affordable housing within this community is used for just that, the creation of a project that can not only put to use your $558,000, but also the $2.5 million grant that we have that we can transfer to that project and see to it and see it through. Leah is correct. We do not have before you a specific timeline because obviously I cannot hold the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority to a specific date to start this project or to agree to this project. But rather what I'm asking is that in good faith, knowing that Burt Nash is an agency that has served this community and been a city partner longer than any of you have been alive, to understand that in good faith, we intend to see this through. We have every intention as an agency to make this a meaningful program, a meaningful project for the city of Lawrence and for residents of Douglas County. And I can't offer you anything other than my word that we are actively working on a daily basis with the Housing Authority to see to it that this project comes to fruition, and that while it indeed will not be championed by Burt Nash in the end, that ultimately it will be because of the efforts of people like Matthew Falk, of people like Dr. Kirsten Watkins, that it ultimately does happen with somebody else's branding on it. I do want to take a quick moment to address the money that was given to us as well. 3 years ago, Burt Nash set out on a very optimistic goal of growth and expansion. We had a community that needed our services, and over the last 3 years, we have developed an immense amount of programs that I'm incredibly proud of. The TRC, the Mobile Response Team, all of these things serve our community on a daily basis. I am nonetheless embarrassed by the way the Rockledge project has proceeded, and I come before you with great humility that I wish I didn't have to stand before you tonight. We took on a lot of projects, and then a lot of volatility hit us, and a lot of that was market volatility, and a lot of that was in-house. In a period of about 60 days, we lost our entire C-suite, our COO, our CFO, and our CEO. That's some pretty incredible volatility. It's been a trying year. But what I do want you to understand is that the money that was given to us has been spent in good faith for this project and the development of it. I would disagree on principle with the statement that the money spent cannot be transferred to a future project. There are numerous things involved with the construction process that have been accomplished with the funds you've graciously given us that are absolutely transferable. We've engaged in environmental studies. We've engaged, in the spirit of it being Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month, I have an entire Excel spreadsheet of the expenditures for which we have done on this project for the purpose of this project that absolutely are transferable to a future project, so long as that project takes place on the parcel of land we're talking about, which we would, of course, have every intention, it being the parcel of land that we own, to have it take place there. We have stormwater pollution prevention plan studies. We have domain-specific architecture programs. I have an entire list here that I could share with you. I won't waste your time with it, but it's absolutely something we can share with you electronically, or I can hand you this piece of paper. I just want to conclude, this is an incredibly meaningful project for Burt Nash, even if it's not ultimately carrying our brand. We believe in serving this community. It is quite literally what we do every day and have done for 75 years. Tomorrow we will wake up with no different goal. What we're asking for you is to consider Vice Mayor Courtney's third approach, which is to allow us that grace of time from which we can negotiate with the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority for a land transfer, which will also involve our transfer of a $2.5 million grant for this project, and allow them to make use of the land and the development of said land that we have already put into place in good faith for this community. Like I said, I brought with me Matthew Falk, who knows more about this project than anyone in this room, Dr. Kirsten Watkins, Ron Schneider, who's a board member and who's been leading our negotiations with the Housing Authority. We welcome your questions and hope that we can answer them in a satisfactory manner. So thank you for your time this evening.
I got a couple of questions.
As do I.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that you all know that Shannon Oury's on Zoom if you have any questions for the Housing Authority.
That's what I was also going to ask.
Leah, just a couple of quick questions for just doing the math on this. When the $900,000 of ARPA dollars that were provided for land acquisition, what year was that those funds were allocated?
Oh, gosh. I believe 2023.
Okay. And then the 108,000, that was, what was that for?
That was the first Affordable Housing Trust Fund award and disbursement. And then Burt Nash came back and asked for additional funds the next year. And
It wasn't restricted to like design, planning, or it was just money to go towards that project?
That's correct. Yeah. So, so the expenditures that I reported on were what was communicated and reported on by Burt Nash in their quarterly and annual reports.
Thank you. Mr. Herbert, you had mentioned the $2.5 million award. Who is that from, and what's it for? What's the scope of it?
Right. Yeah, it's from the state of Kansas.
They're federal dollars through the Home Park project, which were funds that were attached to the American Rescue Act.
So it's home ARP dollars from the state passed through. Okay. And that was awarded in?
We received our initial provisional award in summer of '24, and we sorry. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to answer your questions. Matthew Falk, Director of Housing with Burt Nash. We received our provisional award in the summer of '24 and completed our environmental review later that fall, and then received, a full award letter after
It was
that.
provisional, contingent on the environmental review?
Yeah, well, yes, and then the contract or the language of the award is that they would make the funds available once the financial feasibility of the project had been met.
Okay.
So they're funds that aren't transferred to us until we can demonstrate all the other funding for the project are in place.
Okay. So in addition to the funding that the city provided, what other funding was utilized in order to capture that $2.5 million?
Douglas County funds.
So it took city and county funds in order to turn that provisional into actuality?
The provisional was based upon our site plan and the environmental review. The conditions of the actual federal dollars is that they wouldn't transfer any money to us until financing for the project was in place.
Okay.
So in that respect, there's the award, but we don't qualify to receive the funds
Until you have.
under the award until we have the funding in place.
So was any of the funding provided by the city or the county used in order to do the environmental review and any of the work needed in order to
Yes.
be granted? Okay. That's all I have for now. I know Shannon's on. I want to be able to give her opportunity to speak on it. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, in terms of the flow, for Dr. Watkins, do you want to speak?
No, I think he said everything.
Okay. And so do we have any other questions up here?
Not right now.
Okay, so why don't we do public comment? And Shannon, if
You have someone online that speaks to it.
Oh,
She can speak to it as if she was sitting in the.
oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, Shannon, if you're out there.
Yes, I'm here. Shannon Oury, CEO of Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. I just want to first say that I have been engaging conversations about this project. We support this project in the sense of we have so few supportive housing units. Which is why the Housing Authority is engaging in these conversations. We have, and Ron Schneider and I have engaged in several conversations. The Housing Authority is not in a position to purchase the land and then basically try to find additional funding to build units. But we are aware of the KHRC Home ARP grant and would like to engage in conversations that are necessary with Burt Nash to try to preserve those funds coming to our community, and whether that's on this particular piece of land or a different piece of land. We have not gotten that far on those kind of conversations, but so, I mean, and I will say that I mean, Burton Ash is critical, or someone who can open the Medicaid codes for housing for this particular population. And we have partnered with Burton Ash on 2 other projects, one project since 2010, and the other one, the cottages, that's on the campus at the behavioral health campus. And we have a long-standing working relationship with the Housing Authority managing property, and Burton Ash providing the case management. So, as I say, I am not in a position to purchase this land from Burton Ash, but I am in a position and have had conversations with my board about continuing conversation about how do we make this happen in Lawrence, Kansas.
Yeah, please.
Hi, Shannon. Mike Dever. I wanted to ask you, when you mentioned you aren't in a position to purchase the land, does that mean that if you were to try to create a project that would be that would pencil out on paper using this $2.5 million funding possibility, as well as other monies that you might have, would the land be the difference between doing the project like this and not doing a project, or would you still then need additional help if we were trying to move forward with this that, say, Burton Ash wouldn't have?
I don't know that I can conclusively say, because what we don't know is their original project was significantly different than just building units for supportive housing. So we would have to have conversations about, okay, what does the new project look like, and what would the construction cost be on that? But what I do know is that just this year we built 32 units and it costs $4.7 million. So if we can, I feel confident we can figure out a way to build 10 to 12 units with a $2.5 million, perhaps a little bit this way or that way, but we could build units for that. But the land is big. It's like 4 acres, and you don't need 4 acres to build 10 to 12 units of supportive housing. So those are all the details that we just really haven't gotten to yet.
Okay. Commissioner Dever, if I might, when I presented the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority option, I was very intentional about my use of the word land transfer. As a board, we've been discussing how we can go about getting that land to Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority for this project. We are very aware of the fact that Shannon Howery cannot get out a checkbook and write us a check for $2.5 million for all of this acreage. So it is our intent to work with them on a way that we can make this land transfer possible in order to satisfy our commitment to the city, our commitment to the county, and our commitment for the $2.5 million grant.
Thanks.
For staff, thank you. Is there a sense of urgency? You indicated that your recommendation was either you're all in or we're all out, right? How does staff feel? It feels like there's a sense of urgency. Is there one? And is there a specific reason why we couldn't delay? We'll get to a specific amount of time, but your feedback would be very important, or city managers as well.
I don't think that there's a sense of urgency. I absolutely think that this item could be deferred and conversations could continue. I think from my perspective, the important thing is that the funds that the taxpayers invested are used for the project as outlined in the agreement, and that the city is able to have some way of staying involved if the decision of the commission is that the project will transfer to another agency, that we have some way to remain involved so that we can ensure that deliverables are met.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And Ms. Gentry, thank you very much for your recommendation. If you don't mind stepping up here for just a minute. I really don't have a lot of questions for you, but if you could just give a summary of why you got here. You did a great job last time.
Sure, absolutely.
Mainly for public. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for giving me this time. As you can see, during that meeting in February, we had a lot on our agenda. And towards the meeting and towards the discussion, it was understood that as a board and as a community, we need to have this project completed. There was, with I think a certain sadness with the board that we had to push forward and recommend the clawback. This was not an easy decision. This was the decision that we had. It was not an opportunity to have a third option. It was to recommend that the complete clawback be recommended to the commission and then send it on to you to make that final decision. We have, as a board, understood the impact that Burt Nash has made, and we want to continue supporting any good faith that this can continue, and the partners we have with the Housing Authority and hearing from Shannon Oury about the opportunity for there to be a collaboration helps us to understand that this is a project that can still be supported in some way. We would love to see this continue into its fruition as it was written, or have it be happening in some other form. But we believe in the work that Burt Nash does for our community, and would love to continue seeing it supported in some way.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
And thank you guys as a board for what you did. You've made some difficult decisions with the information that you had and protecting the taxpayer dollars. And that's one thing I admire and I appreciate very much. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I guess, are we still doing, if we're still doing questions, we haven't done that.
I did have a couple of questions for Shannon. Hey, Ms. Oury, going back to what you were saying about the project and not being able to take it on at this time, I know the notes that we received said that, you wouldn't be able to pursue the current site due to substantial needed improvements, but however, there was something that was more suitable or a more suitable property. We've been hearing about ongoing conversations in a timeline, so just kind of go along with me here. If you had a more suitable property for this project, does that change your ability to participate in this?
Well, and also this piece of property is 2 parcels. I think that unfortunately we just have not really explored all the options, because either, there are many options. Either here's a piece of property and can we use it? Can we use part of it? Is it already partitioned? And so some of it could be sold to support a project, et cetera, right? So there's that conversation that could be had. There's also the conversation of, okay, this property is too big and we anticipate infrastructure costs and whatnot would not be supported by a 10 to 12 unit project compared to the original project that was planned. Can we locate another parcel that works better? And we're willing to have both of those conversations.
Okay. So I have another question for the $2.5 million. Is there a timeline on that funding as it relates to this project? Because you missed the deadline on this project. Sorry.
Yeah, and Matthew, you can go. Thank you.
The state has, I believe, until 2030 to expend those funds.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Dever? Anything?
I think I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Pauline?
No, I'd be interested in public comments.
Yeah, Shannon, one question for me. Has the city, Burt Nash, the county, and the Housing Authority been in the same room to talk about this?
No, we have not.
Okay, we'll open the floor for public comment.
John M. 66049. Appreciate everybody looking out for my tax dollars. And I hope that you will all get the various entities in the same room. I hope you know that it hasn't been that long since Burt Nash stood in front of the county commissioners and asked for $1.6 million to help with their funding of the various projects. I don't know if this is related to that, but that's a lot of money, and certainly some that can be used. Some of it's intended to go to TRC, about $986,000. But it strikes me when I read what was on the agenda that's passing strange for if that money flows forward, and it's being adjudicated now by an outside consultant, but if that money flows forward to Burt Nash, and then the city turns around and wants to pull $558,000 out of Burt Nash, that we sort of have a flow of tax money from one taxing authority, the county, to another taxing authority, the city, and it strikes me that's kind of like washing funds. It could be the same funds or it could not be the same funds, but it just looks odd. And so it'd be useful to get all the entities in the same room and discuss the various flows of money to make sure that we're not getting crossways with intentions and how money is being used. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
Any other public comment in the room? Any online?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to the commission.
This is for Burt Nash. Chairman Herbert, please. Would you? I'm going to do this to everybody that steps up here and has asked or needs taxpayer dollars. Fiscally solvent, how do you, I want, obviously, any organization that we would give taxpayer dollars to be fiscally solvent, and not just to be able to say we're fiscally solvent, but have ongoing operational excellence when it comes to finances. Can you talk about that?
Sure. I can tell you that in 2025, we faced some incredible financial challenges. And during that time, when we made some pretty significant changes at Burt Nash that impacted our level of service, that included scaling back, right-sizing it, as they call it in the corporate world. And long story short, we recently presented before the board and approved our budget for the year, which does have a balanced budget at the end of the year. I will tell you, just very frankly, it shows currently the budget shows a small profit for the year. That small profit is less than $558,000.
Okay. Hang tight. I have more.
Oh, I've been hanging tight for about 3 years.
I bet. I bet.
Real tight.
As I've talked about, there are certain questions that boards can ask that can ensure that you don't have fraud, that you don't have mismanagement of funds. What kind of financial reporting is the board receiving?
So we actually have Douglas County. The Douglas County government requires that we have an outside independent audit conducted every year. And we've just actually wrapped up the presentation of that. And from an accrual accounting standpoint, the audit found no discrepancies and found no
findings,
malfeasance of sorts.
Did they have any findings in your audit? Findings typically?
Don't believe so. No.
Okay. How are you reviewing financials on a monthly basis?
And I will, we have both a finance committee and a governing board that meets with our new finance director, who we were able to steal from the Federal Reserve. We're pretty proud of that steal, actually.
Excellent.
So yeah, we have two independent bodies that review that before, and both take a vote to approve and move those minutes on, so to speak. I will also tell you we are currently involved, once again through Douglas County, currently involved in an independent audit specific to the TRC in this case, because that's where those funds happen to be tied to. And I don't know if it's been publicly released. Okay, so the findings of that have not been publicly released, but I will tell you we are happy with them.
Okay.
And when they get publicly released, I think you will be as well, as a tax-paying resident of Douglas County.
Most definitely.
And we also, this occurred at the board meeting. In fact, we signed this agreement at the board meeting where we lost our CEO. We have been engaged in consultation with SS&C, Erica Dvorsky and Chris Cohart, and I'm sure you all know these individuals. They have been working with us, specifically focused on kind of accounts receivable management. We, a couple of years ago, went to a new system of trying to file claims with insurance agencies, and it has not been clean. And so one of our big focuses on this last year has been to get our clean claims percentages up, which we have, and we review that, per your question, on a monthly basis, and we have seen consistently increased numbers of clean claims. So we are, while we were in a very bad financial position in 2025, there is no hiding that fact. We are on a monthly basis improving upon that. Our trajectory is very positive.
And as a board member, I hope you're reviewing cash every month. Okay? That is, I put everybody through the scrutiny. I appreciate you being so forthcoming. It's been tough for you guys, but
it's it's a challenging environment. I want to go back to the volatility comment that was made. One of the challenges we have, and I hate to use public time for this, but I'm absolutely going to. We live in a state surrounded by states. Literally every state that touches us has done Medicaid expansion, and we refuse to. And so all of you have louder voices than I do, and anything that you could do with that voice to push to not be the one state in the geographic region that kind of spites, does everything it can to spite the services to its residents, that would be great.
Thank you. I've heard that a lot. Thank you, guys. I think I'm done with my questions.
I just have a few clarifying questions. I'm trying to do the timeline of funding. Okay, so in 2023, and thanks, Leah. 2023, we allocated $108,000 I got real loud right now, to Burt Nash for this project.
Correct.
Correct. And then we followed that up with $900,000 to help with the acquisition of the land for said project.
Correct.
Okay. And then in 2024, we provided an additional $450,000. Okay. And then in 2024, was the provisional notification provided to Burt Nash before the $450,000 was allocated or after it was allocated?
Can you say more about what you're asking?
Well, Matthew said that with the home ARP money, with the home ARP funds, that they were given a provisional award. It was announced in 2024.
I believe it was after the 450 was awarded.
I don't remember what month did they make the award. The provisional, I think, was offered to us in June or late May.
So we would have voted on. So we wouldn't have voted on it after June. It would have came, the allocation for the 450 would have came because we're doing it about, okay.
That is my recollection.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it okay, Commissioner Sellers, to move to Commissioner Dever? Or
Yeah,
need
you
more
go ahead.
time?
So I've got a question about this clawback situation relative to just the dollars, the two different disbursements, not the ARPA funds. Have we ever been in a position where we had to take back this type of funding, and can you give me a dollar range of how much is, and what percentage that might relatively be every year? Can you give me?
This is the first time since we have been providing trust funds that a project has not moved forward after an agreement has been signed. So this would be the first instance that we would need to utilize the clawback provision.
So we're having some groundbreaking event.
Yeah.
So that might attribute some of the differences I'm seeing. Well, I get it. So that surprises me, and I'm glad. I'm proud of you then that that's the case. So good job. So back to that point then, we should probably obviously provide feedback on this since we don't have any precedent per se in this instance. And then secondarily, how would you and the board feel about the idea of a parcel being smaller? I know the ARPA funds had a specific use, and could you address whether or not that parcel could be subdivided and then sold for a use not originally intended under the ARPA funds?
So to piggyback off of that, I think,
say we only need 2 acres, and we're going to have 2 extra, we sell that to help pave whatever. I'm hearing some negotiations. Is that even possible based on the funding source and the language in the?
Leah, before you answer that, the home ARP dollars, the scope, what was the scope of the $2.5 million? Yeah. What was the scope of the project?
We agreed that we would produce a minimum of 10 units with those 10 permanent supportive housing units that would be permanently dedicated for the lifetime of the building.
Permanently affordable.
Yeah, permanently affordability.
And you did say you received county dollars for this project. In the amount of how much?
2.47, I think, or 2.427 million.
So 2.5 roughly?
Yeah.
So 2.5 from the county, 2.5 home ARP, and then all of our stuff in between. Okay.
The home ARP funds we have not received. That is a contingent-based grant, so it's not like we have that 2.5 sitting in the bank.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No. I'm quite aware how, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My understanding is that as long as the funds are utilized for the same or similar uses, that would be allowable. I believe that Rochelle might be on the line, and she'd be in a better position to answer any technical questions about ARPA.
Okay, thank you.
And so a question for me. So we've heard a couple things about, the entities haven't been in the same room. We're not necessarily rushing to do this. What do you think is a fair amount of time, if we give that grace, to go through that process and try to find a solution?
I might look to Craig.
One, is Rochelle on? I know that, I don't think she was called to be on, so I don't think she is.
She is. I don't know if she's prepared to answer, but
I know.
definitely.
Right, I didn't want to put her on the spot.
So the question is how long to work through and get to some resolution, working with our partners to
see if there can be one.
Because I don't want to kick this can down the road forever.
Yeah.
And, what's like a reasonable thing to say, hey, we've tried for 12 months, 6 months, something like that. And if it doesn't get there, then we're having a different discussion.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of will and a lot of homework or background has gone on. So, I think 12 months on the outside, I think we're going to have, and with some reporting thresholds probably, to come back and say, hey, this is the progress that we've made.
I would like to state that if this project cannot be done, we need to get that money back. Simple as that, in my opinion. But it sounds like there's hope here.
Yeah, so how we get that money back, I was thinking if we can somehow not take it whole and maybe
Right,
move it.
absolutely, yeah. I mean, we don't want to break an organization by any means, but
What is your timeline? What are you envisioning to be the timeline for this project?
Similar to the answer I gave you earlier, it's really hard for us to put a timeline on Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority because we can't.
Because that's your only one right now.
That is our only partner to see this project through. I will tell you that is not our only game plan. We have also contracted with all appraisals to actually, as we speak, to get an appraisal on the property in the event that this project is not able to be fulfilled. The property will be publicly for sale.
Okay.
And
What's the timeline for that?
For
getting that information back on whether or not there's a feasibility?
Well, the appraisal should be received. We were told that the appraisal would be approximately 30 days, and we were told that on a week ago Tuesday. So presumably we'll have an appraisal on the property in 20 days, give or take. And at that point, this is obviously a board decision. Our board meets the last Tuesday of every month, so the next board meeting that we would have may or may not precede receiving that appraisal, but if the appraisal has been received in time for our board to meet, that will certainly become part of the board agenda for the April meeting. But if not, I would guarantee that we'll have the appraisal by the time we have our May board meeting, and at that point, a decision would likely be made by our board whether or not we are pursuing a public sale or whether or not we believe that we have made enough traction with our partners to proceed with a land transfer agreement that could see this project through. I want to be very clear that we have absolutely looked at our other options, but I also want to be very clear that our priority is seeing the meaningful project happen. These are not, while we have multiple options, these are not equally weighted options in my view.
So a couple of things, which I do appreciate that, Mr. Herbert, thank you. Just some things that are coming to mind. I'm concerned that there's a $2.5 million provisional award to produce 10 units.
Minimum.
And that minimum, that was based, that was funding from the city was used to be a part of a comprehensive tranche of money with the contingency that you would need to build 22 units. So you're short 12 units, which I'm assuming that money would have been, the difference would have been made up through the county funding. So I'm going to run this back. So the idea is that the Rockledge project was to develop with 22 to 24 units. Your home ARP was for 10 units. So was it your goal to produce 32 to 34 units, or to use part of that home ARP money to get to the 22 to 24 units that was contingent on the agreement that you had with the city for the 22 to 24 permanent supportive?
I think our goal from the beginning has been to produce as many affordable permanent.
Okay, and I get that, but what I'm saying is that you all were contracted by us to do 22 to 24. You receive your braiding and blending dollars, which is what you got to do for affordable and permanent supportive housing. You have a provisional award to do 10 units. Is that 10 units part of the 22 to 24 of that agreement? And Matt's standing up, so I just wanted to, that's what I need clarification.
Yes, we do not have a plan to build 32 units.
Thank you. Even better. So here's the thing. Everyone in the room is, and I'm hearing everyone. What I am processing through right now is that I'm hearing that 30 days would give our board an opportunity to look at the feasibility for land acquisition if we are unable to work out an agreement with the housing authority to make a project solvent from this tranche of money, and that you don't have that information available for us today, which that I wish I had, and I do want that information. So I'm not prepared to make a vote to claw back any money tonight because I want to hear that everything has been exhausted. Because if you can sell the land and give me my money back, thank you. Because Shannon just said, the land, you can't do 10 units there. And if the goal is that you have the money and that this partnership with the city has allowed you to be able to capture another $2.5 million to get 10 units, then right now that washes everything out. But before I can say I want to claw something back, I want to know whether or not you have the ability to sell the land. And if you are able to enter into an agreement with the Housing Authority to do a project, what does that project look like? And what is the timeline for that project? Because then with that information, I can decide, okay, well, if you can sell the land and still do something somewhere else with Shannon, give me my money back. And we still get 10 units, and then I can use that money somewhere else. Or the commission may say, we're happy with that, and we won't have to worry about it. But I want to give you all time, to the point of the vice mayor and others, get everybody in the room.
Can I respond to that about purchasing additional land? I think that there are two completely, what you're saying makes sense, but from Burton Ash standpoint, it's not feasible. We can absolutely sell the land and absolutely pen you a check, right? I mean, there's no reason that land can't sell. However, what we cannot do, we cannot sell that land, pen you a check, and then purchase different land to help the housing authority.
I get that.
So ultimately, when Shannon talks about, that piece of land may not be it for her, if Burton Ash is part of this scenario,
it has to be.
It has to be. I mean, it has to be.
Well, it sounds like you need to find another partner. But I'll give you 2 months to figure that out and come back to us and then we can decide then. Because what you're telling me is that Shannon's saying she can't do the project on the land. You're saying it has to be done on the land. That's not my problem to figure out. That's you all's problem. And I want you to figure it out because I want 22 to 24 permanent supportive housing units in this community. And so I'm willing to give you the time to process, get in the room, synthesize all of that, and then figure out if this is a viable solution. Because if it's not, then yes, this commission is going to have to make a decision on whether or not we have you claw the money, but we claw it back, or we just say, we're done. So I'm willing to defer this until at least June so that folks can get in the room and put rubber to the road and figure out whether or not how to make, either whether or not it can be salvageable or how it can be salvageable, or what does that look like, and then we can go from there. Because again, I'm not comfortable clawing money back, and I get that it is tied up in some things. You had some folks that were in C-suite whose eyes were bigger than their belly, who wrote checks that they couldn't cash, and that's not my problem. That is your problem, but you did it with my money. So you robbed Peter to pay Paul, and now I'm here to collect on what you took. But if you're going to be in good faith and try to figure this out, I want to at least give you the time to figure it out. And then if we can't, then that is the ultimate decision that we have to make as a commission. Because I do want this project to work. I don't want you to be punished for bad leadership. No, I don't think anyone in this community wants that. But we've missed deadlines. Maybe we could, shoulda, it's a possibility, and I can't vote on possibilities. I need clarity. And so if giving you 2 months will allow you all to bring something back that will give me more clarity, then I want that to happen. Because I don't want to vote on something today which then jeopardizes a project and funding opportunity to bring permanent affordable housing into our community.
So I do agree with Commissioner Sellers that I'm certainly not willing to vote on a yay or nay on whether we claw it back, or, I think we're kind of past that. 2 months, Commissioner Sellers, would you be open if in 2 months they still needed more time, or are you expecting to pull the trigger one way or another in 2 months?
Based on what I heard tonight, it was, we are going to hear back about whether or not, that's one thing, but it's already been shared that that's not that's not feasible for this project. So that gives them 2 months, knowing what they know, to then sit down with folks in the room to figure out what is it going to take to make this project solvable? Because I'm pretty sure the county's going to want to know that as well. So what is it going to take to make this project solvent? Yes, Matt.
Provide a piece of information.
Matthew.
I think it's too preliminary for any of the parties to say that a project or this project can't happen there. And the reason I say that is because through our process of trying to keep our project going, we came up with several other possibilities on that parcel. One was to reduce the number of initial units that we would build down to 12 or 16, and a phased approach considering the lot size of the land. So I only say that to say that I don't think the parties have gotten together to really think about all the possible things that we could do with that parcel, and to discuss the value of that parcel as a future resource to continue to develop after an initial project has taken place. So I think it's way too preliminary to say that that property can't be used or whether it can be used. So that's my 2 cents.
And no, and I do appreciate that. I think once again, we're talking about money, taxpayer dollars as it relates to affordable housing. And we have multiple partners who are wanting to do the right thing, but somewhere the communication is just horrible. And I don't know if it's a matter of people are holding cards and not wanting to show their full hand and all these things, and that is just, it makes me itch. And it just drives me crazy, because if the goal is a place for everyone, there should not be any hidden agendas around getting to that point. And so, again, we have another thing in front of us where I'm just trying to understand the timeline and the scope of the project. And I get that there's some braiding and blending and all of this, and $2.5 million for 10 units, but contingent on money for 22 units. And I don't think that information has been shared. And I think it's to the point, maybe I don't have to share it, but I think in this case, it needed to be shared. Because now all of this has come to the surface, and we're discussing it right now, when you all should have had that conversation a year ago. Money was awarded in 2024, it's 2026. Why are we talking about things contingent on grants that were written in 2024? And probably 2023 if it was awarded in 2024. So that tells me at the beginning, all of this information was known, but folks were not communicating with each other. And I'm not saying that maliciously or not, I'm just saying it makes no sense that we're having this conversation about something that we don't know if it can happen. And again, we wanted to do 22 to 24. Now we're talking about 12 to 16. And I get volatility. We're going to control for that. Volatility exists. Inflation exists. We can't control for those. We know that they're going to be. We know that can impact a project. But I'm talking about just how a tranche of money was brought together on a project, but yet we didn't know, folks don't know if they were going to be able to complete it, how it's going to be completed. Money was used in order to get the money, and it's provisional, and now we don't know because we have a partner that we really want to do this project for us, but they don't have the time and the capacity to do it. So then you don't have a partner, but maybe there is somebody out there. So if I give you 2 months to figure it out, I'm hoping that you figure it out, because then I have to make the ultimate decision with the other 4 commissioners on what we're going to do after that. But I'm willing to give you 2 months to figure that out, because I want this to work.
Commissioner Daubert?
Yeah, I think more time, definitely. I like some of the ideas. I'm with Commissioner Sellers. I think we probably need to find a second or third potential partner, even just to reach out to know if there's ability, if Douglas County can't get involved, the Housing Authority can't get involved, maybe somebody else could help us with this project, since Burt Nash really wants to be a part of it, but not the main section of it. I would say 60 days, maybe not enough time, but I also am okay hearing back and putting some sort of create a sense of urgency for this so that we get it done sooner.
Well, and I'm open to, I think if 60 days is not enough, then I need to know what's going to be enough. I don't want it to be a year.
Yeah.
I mean, respectfully, if you're asking us to exhaust whether or not the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority is viable, and then if it's not, find new partners and create new engagements. 60 days is very unlikely to get it done.
Right. So what would you need to do that?
Respectfully, when the question was initially asked, your city manager proposed 12 months.
Well, he won't be here in 12 months, so, but we will. No offense.
I think that's the first time that's been said out loud.
And he knows that. We say that in.
Appreciate the time that you have been.
But I put it in context, something that my partner, Sarah Plinsky, says, collaborative work is hard, and we have all of the major public agencies somehow involved in this, and the state. And so that's the context I offer, 12 months with some things to go. But yeah, I think even if it was I'd say just a purely private development deal, private landowner, private developer, you can't get a lot done in 2 months.
No, that's fine.
That's
I want us to be able to have a conversation, because it sounds like to me, no one's having a real conversation about this work.
I assure you that we are having this conversation.
I know you are now, but it's in the 11th hour. And I'm not I'm looking at your body tone, Mr. Herbert, and and I'm not trying to bring it to anything. It's just, I'm not trying to be adversarial here. I'm trying to figure out how to move forward with this in a way that it looks forward. So I know you're saying 12 months. I'm a little itchy on 12 months. If we can get an update in 6 months, knowing that this could go to 12 months, I'm fine with that. But it sounds like we need to work, we'll have to work through that.
How about,
did you want to say something?
Yes, if I could. Thank you. My name's Ron Schneider. As Mr. Herbert has said, I'm on the board of directors, and I've been talking directly with the Housing Authority. Your requests and concerns are really legitimate. We had a terrible experience in the past year. Prior to last year, we thought everything was going forward and fine until something hit the fan. And what you have asked for is reasonable, fair, and legitimate. We want an answer as soon as possible. I know we can't give you an answer in 2 months of any substance. I'd like to have a 6-month period of time, subject to my colleagues' assent to that, to give you at the very least an update and something more if possible. I think is that acceptable? But Shannon and I are working on it. We're moving forward, and there are a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, and every step is very slow, and I regret that personally.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Bowling.
$6 months with no update? You're just gonna...
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said with provisions on...
We're happy to give you updates at whatever frequency you desire. I think what Ron was saying was that if you're expecting a inked contract in hand in 60 days, that will never happen.
And I don't think anybody said that.
Yeah, but we're happy to provide updates at whatever frequency this governing body determines to be at.
Yeah, I think we should give you updates as soon as we know something, even though it's maybe not a deadline you impose. But if we learn something in 30 days, we'll update you. I am suggesting and requesting a 6-month timeline for a substantial update and information to give you a sense of where we're going and a sense of whether or not you find progress. For a final project, it's too early, and as the city administrator suggested, maybe a full year it will take. I think that's probably the timeline I'm looking at.
Commissioner Sells, would you be able to support 6 months?
If I was willing to support not voting on this tonight, yeah.
I think we're going to be expecting significant progress in 6 months. Right? I mean, I personally would be willing to give you a full year, but let's see some progress.
And so from the governing body's perspective, we have the motion, the action for here. And so Sherry, just to help me clarify, so for this action, we do have to take this action. We can't defer it, so we have to say either yay or nay to it. Is that correct?
Leah, can you assist? Do they need to defer this, or do they need to deny the approval?
I would suggest that it be deferred.
Okay.
If appropriate.
Through a formal motion.
perhaps.
Yeah, you definitely need to take a formal motion. I'm just
Yeah,
trying
of
to figure out
course.
what that motion needs to be in terms of to get what you all want and what.
I think the motion would be to defer the recommendation to invoke the Section 10 clawback provision and to defer any further and to defer the discussion for 6 months with an update to be provided to the commission.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sounds good.
There's a deferment for that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Sorry, we should have asked, was that suffice?
That wasn't good enough.
Sherry?
Well, no, I think it was great. Wasn't that fine? Yeah. No, I'm just.
Okay, I just want to be clear on the vote, please, just because with you all behind me, it's
3-1.
sometimes.
Did you vote nay or aye?
If I-
Oh, yay. No, it's 4-0.
Oh, I thought you said nay.
I thought you said nay as well.
No, it's,
I'm hearing things now.
Yeah.
That's what I heard as well.
Well, you're almost as old as Bert Nash.
I am. Bert Nash. Definitely older than Bert.
And so the mayor's probably asleep. So why don't we take a 5-minute break just to kind of get everyone up and going again? Oh, 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:33.
ready to, oh. Coming back from a break, and we're now on to regular agenda item number 2, which is to discuss with the chair of the Historic Resources Commission. We put this up on a commission item, and wanted to bring it for some discussion. As I understand, there's no staff report per se, any staff presentation?
There is not.
Yep, I didn't think so, since this was ours. So we brought this is a commission item we asked to bring forward to discuss. So I think we can either make comments, ask questions right now, or we can open it up to public comment first. What do folks want to do? I think we can say a few things since we're the ones who asked to bring it up. And I don't remember who, I think maybe Commissioner Polian was the first one to bring it up. So do you have some opening comments and thoughts?
Kind of give a platform of why I was asking. And for note, I think we should hopefully get an opportunity to do this with all of our advisory boards. But I'm particularly interested in this advisory board. One, we're talking about Watson Park, and the chair is here, I believe, yeah. And I would like to talk about the advisory board's thoughts on that. And I'd like to talk about the effectiveness of the advisory board of the HRC. I'm hearing from both sides, and I am in particular interested in hearing from the public. Some folks are here to discuss it. We've received some letters, both pro and con, from the public. So I think it's just an opportunity to kind of dive into this and really talk about the benefit. I know we've got the CLG designation. Like to talk about those things. So can we start maybe with the chair?
Well, maybe let's have a few more comments up here.
So sorry.
And then,
Yes,
then we can do that just in case, to set the stage for other comments that folks might make.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Devo, I know you, I think, seconded it at that time to bring it up.
Yeah, I really wanted to hear more about how we can improve the process relative to developing our already urban core, and instead of consistently looking to green spaces, it's more cost effective for the community, and it's a better use of our resources and not as car centric. So one of the hurdles in doing so, in trying to develop, is not only our HRC regulations and requirements, but also some of the self-inflictive requirements, such as the environs. And I specifically wanted to speak to the environs as one thing I'd like to try to remove, or at least get clarification on its need and why we as a community do it when very, very, very few others do. And then secondarily, I want to talk about the actions of the board, of the Resources Commission, and then specifically its impact on this board relative to decisions we make, and how it may or may not impact whether or not people develop in the areas I just spoke about. That's kind of what I care about the most.
You have anything to add? Commissioner Sellos?
All right, I have nothing to add.
Okay. Yeah, I would say I'm interested in a couple things. Certainly I'm interested in some of the items already mentioned, the environs. I'm interested in the impact of HRC on infill development and some of the code, and we've heard kind of both sides of that. And then, kind of the process in general, as Commissioner Devo said. So there's a few things I wanted to talk about and get some input on, but did you have some questions? So maybe we can start if you wanted to bring.
If we've got, I would like to talk first about Watson Park, and honestly, the environs are a big part of it. When we started talking about putting the park in the registry, the homeowners in the area reached out. So let's talk about Watson Park. Whomever from the HRC that could talk to us about that would be great.
Hey, Brianna.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brenna Buchanan, Chair of the Historic Resources Commission. Hi. Hi.
You can lower that if
You can lower that.
No, there's a.
Up the whole.
You gotta hold it.
Stand, yeah. Hold it a sec. There you go.
There you go.
Before you go on, can I introduce myself too? Staff has asked me to be present as well because I was the chair during the revisions to Chapter 22 that happened recently, and we just switched over from one chair to the other earlier this year, so it's not quite fair.
Oh, yeah.
A few weeks.
Sorry. Been there, done that. Yes, by all means, tag team away. Okay, let's go ahead and let's start with Watson Park and how that started and where we are. And yeah, I'll just give it away and we can let the dialogue begin.
Yeah, so that was last year when I was chair in November, I believe. It came in front of the Historic Resources Commission, and the commission is appointed to consider any areas that should be designated as historically significant, any that, determine eligibilities and all that. So it was on the agenda as an opportunity, and the commission was asked to vote on, or did we vote? Now I can't remember.
I think we were asked to make a recommendation.
Yes, we were asked to make a recommendation as to if the process should be started. That was in November.
And did anyone request that of the commission or?
Well, we have focus areas. We've strategized on, laying out the city and looking at its oldest areas, the part of the city that were incorporated first, and then kind of, how the city grew. And so we're in determining eligibility or areas that might be eligible to be on the register, that's where we started. So that's one of the oldest areas of town.
So we didn't have anything to do with the initiation of it. That was from the public, so we didn't know about it until it was on our agenda.
Okay, so somebody approached staff then, I would assume.
No, just the public submitted an application, just like.
Okay,
It's just like
gotcha.
anything else, like an application was submitted, and then within 30 days, we're supposed to hear it and make a recommendation. It followed the same process as every nomination.
Okay, and where are we in the process of that whole?
It's so just beginning in November. We haven't had another update.
I thought we did I think you were gone.
I was not in the February meeting.
Yeah, I think in February, because it came back to us, and we asked for additional information. The history seemed incomplete, that there is additional history to be had. It was very light in substance, and so we requested to have the applicant do some more research and strengthen the argument for its historic significance, including the naming of the park, because that's not its original name. And so I think there was some conversation of whether or not to keep the current name. A lot of times in historic preservation, the naming of a property, it's not the current owner, it's not the current person, but maybe the most influential person. There's a lot of different ways it can go with naming, so we wanted evidence to help make that decision either way. So we're waiting for further information.
So hypothetically, somebody from the public, it doesn't even have to be a homeowner, a building owner, whatever, it's just anybody from the public that would like this particular property to be designated. How long in general does it take to complete that process?
Depends on how good the nomination is. If it's a complete nomination, yeah. If it's a complete nomination and no additional research needs to be had, what is it, 30, 60? It's usually around like 30 to 60 days for us. I think I'd have to defer to staff and find out. I think there's a time limit. I just don't know what it is. And then we make the recommendation for you guys to approve it. So we never approve anything. We make the recommendation to you for this body to approve it.
Okay. This is going to kind of go into a little bit of what you had asked about, Commissioner Dever, but can we talk about, because I think some of our concerns aren't about necessarily the designation. It's after the fact when somebody might be trying to build around on whatever that might be. Let's talk a little bit about Lawrence's CLG, that we are a CLG. What is the benefit of that? And then in the staff report, it mentioned that SHPO, SHPO, I think is what people say. The State Historic Preservation Office must distribute 10% of its federal funds to certified local governments in the form of grants. That would be one of the benefits. So, two-part question. Please kind of go into why the CLG is such a great thing. And then the second question would be, how much in federal funds, because we're a CLG, have we received, let's say annually, for the last 5 years? If we're going to talk about that as being a
I
benefit.
definitely can't answer the second one. Staff has all that information, not us.
We're volunteers.
Yeah.
Yeah. God love you. Thank you very much, by the way. Okay, well, let's go ahead and just talk about the overarching benefit.
I'd like to have a little bit more time to prepare an answer, but short answer, if I recall correctly, the CLGs kind of came from the notion that those who live in their city can make better decisions about their city than somebody at the state. So even though we follow all the same guidelines, the thought was that those who are local living in it can do better than somebody who has, lives across the state and doesn't really get involved with, doesn't know what life is like and how important different histories are. Mm-hmm.
And also, we can handle, our volunteer board should be 7. We're 6 right now. We can handle the reviews that would have gone to SHPO. Because if you're a state or a national registered property, then you do a project, the permit process says that the city needs to send that permit document package to the state for the state to review. So that would put more time, commitment, and staff at the state level.
We can
to
do it
that.
faster.
Yeah. We can do more,
yeah,
I suppose.
Okay, so this is really about getting things designated, the value of us having our own HRC, right, instead of having to go through the state. Let's talk about a hypothetical. Let's talk about, is it the address on Illinois, the duplex, the one that, are you guys familiar, is it 1812?
1812 or 1820, one of the two.
1812.
It's 1812 Illinois. Are you familiar with that property?
Yeah, I used to live at 1805.
Okay, cool. All right.
Perfect.
Oh, Stan is on the commission also.
Good evening, I'm Stan Hernley.
Hi there.
Hernley Associates, 1812 Illinois is a project that we're working on.
Okay.
The survey of the university neighborhood that was just completed is also a project that we've been working on as well. So I can hopefully answer questions that you might have.
Can you talk about the process the HRC has gone through with that property, and then additionally maybe talk about the neighborhood? Mm-hmm. The neighborhood folks definitely had concerns about the particular design, et cetera. I don't know the answers to this, but the demo occurred. Right. Did we have all the right permits? I don't know. I can't speak to that. I don't necessarily need you to.
So that property is was not individually listed. It was not in a historic district. That project was not reviewed by the HRC. It wasn't required to be reviewed by the HRC. When the University Place neighborhood survey was put forward, and when funding was put in place to conduct that survey, there was a moratorium placed on demolitions in the survey area. And so that began, I don't remember the date of that, but that was a city commission moratorium that was set. And that moratorium included that neighborhood, and then there was a separate moratorium for properties associated with NAACP history in Lawrence. So those two things were together. The University Place survey was completed. Our final report in front of the Historic Resources Commission was in February?
February, I think.
I think it was February. It's February or March. I'm pretty sure it was February.
February, yeah.
And so when that project was complete, then the way the moratorium was written was that it would go off after that project was complete. And then, so the contractor has been applying for permits and, in fact, submitted documents at the end of, probably in December, and discovered the moratorium on demolitions, and so had to wait until after that was lifted before the demolition permit would be issued.
So no demolition has occurred to this point?
I think demolition has occurred. I think the demolition permit was approved, yes.
Okay, okay. I'm going to stop. I'm going to collect more thoughts. Commissioner Dever, you had a bunch yourself, so.
Well, my voice is kind of cashed this evening, so I want to save it for when it's relevant. But, it's anybody else?
I have a few questions. Obviously, we went through this amendment process, and we certainly made some changes. And, you know, so I want to ask you about a few of those. And, you know, in my mind, we made some of the changes, again, to try to get to these two issues of what we're considering and how fast we're considering them. We somewhat reduced the environment, we reduced the size of the environs. Have you seen a significant change in the number of environs cases you're seeing, or is it about the same?
Yeah, we're seeing fewer cases, and there are more that are reviewed by staff, and they don't make it to the full commission for a public hearing. They're on the consent agenda. And yeah, that
was one of the changes.
When we reduced that context area, we changed it from environs to context area. Yes. It had the stipulations that if just the corner or just the edge of the property, basically the property that did not have a built structure on it, was within the environs of the listed property, then it would not be reviewed.
Okay. And so, are you, of the cases you see in a month on the administrative side or your side, just kind of a guess, is it 10% on environs, or is it 80% environs?
Yeah, I don't pay attention.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could gather those.
Context area.
But I don't.
And I keep using the term environs, but it's called the context area. Okay.
And can I say, when we were making that, those changes, it was a 2-year process. We had many public meetings about it, and we considered what to do with the environs or the context area. We heard from the public, kind of both sides, that those with the listed properties in the districts really enjoyed them because they feel like they want to protect their property and the significance of their property, and that environs review helps them to have a voice in what's being built near them. and equally, there are community members who do not want to see them because they want to exercise their own property rights. So it was thoughtfully, I think, crafted to be less than it was before, less stringent, but not to do away with it because of those reasons.
Yes. That's how I remember the discussion too. We made some changes to the Architectural Review Committee and how it processed. I think we allowed them to hear things quicker. Do you remind me what we changed there?
Yes, we established a reoccurring meeting that happens 1 week after the public hearing, every month. Yeah.
Have you found that increased the time frame?
Oh, it decreased the amount of time it takes to review a project.
Just with scheduling that many people in one room, knowing that we can kind of earmark a date has significantly improved the number of people that need to get together.
And didn't we change it also so that the Architectural Review Committee could, I don't know, it was almost like a contingent agreement, so you didn't have to come back to HRC before it could move on? Does it always have to come back to the HRC for a second vote?
Well, it depends on what the commission motion is. If the motion is made,
that's what I was thinking,
that Architectural Review Committee can review it, and then if certain aspects are addressed, then it is automatically approved. That can be a motion, yes.
I was going to say, I thought that was the change we made. Is that often used, or is it often coming back to the HRC for the second time?
It is used, but not all the time.
Yeah.
And since it's only been a few, 6 months or so, I don't know if we're seeing a pattern yet, because not a lot of projects go there.
Okay. We also made a few changes to the appointment process and the qualifications of the people who could be on the board. And we've had openings on the board, and I have found it difficult to find people who qualify, and submitted to several names that I've been told don't qualify. Do you have a thought process on this idea that we need people with certain qualifications versus having 7 or 8 people on the board, or having at some points we had 5 people on the board?
Right. I think there is value in the qualifications, and I would hate to see them go away, but at the same time, when it's difficult, we have a requirement for 2 currently licensed architects on the board. There just aren't that many architects in Lawrence.
I know.
So that one's
Stan,
hard.
thank you for coming back.
Right. And then the historian needing to have a degree in history or a graduate degree in history plus 2 years of practice, that is preferred, and you can see how that would be useful. But again, there just aren't that many in Lawrence. And if we could turn it from a preference to instead of a requirement, that might help. Or if we could, or if we could say a person who was a licensed architect in the past,
which is how it used to be. We've had retired architects have been fantastic, and they're available. So if they're not currently if they don't currently hold a license but have been an architect.
And then the historian, if it could be demonstrated experience is equivalent to a degree or something, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in Lawrence that know a lot about Lawrence history that do not have a degree in history.
I found it interesting. I don't think, and I had this conversation with Dennis, Dennis cannot be on the HLC because he doesn't have a degree, even though he might be one of the more knowledgeable people about historic resources. And so it seems to be a bit limiting to me.
It is.
Okay. And then last question, the historic districts, obviously we have historic districts that we handle. That is not a state function, right? I mean, if the HOC was gone and we didn't have the HOC, is that something the state historic folks would take over to look at our historic district?
There's 3 different levels of listing.
Yes.
There's local, Lawrence Register.
Yes.
There's the state register, and there's the national register. So if this HRC went away, then the CLG would have to go away, or the city would have to find another way to satisfy that CLG requirement. That is National Park Service requirement within the Secretary of the Interior Standards. So you have to, that's why we have it in Lawrence, not because we made it up.
Yes.
And so that you'd have to satisfy that to keep the CLG status, which they have. It's a requirement to have some kind of governing body. You can call it whatever you want, but to review these projects.
So if it's not us, it's going to be the state, for state enlisted districts. Don't confuse districts with overlay districts.
Yes.
That's completely separate. That's a city ordinance-driven design guideline and is based on a lot of the language that you see at the state and national level, but it's tailored specifically to each district within that historic overlay.
So those would remain unless the city ordinance that put them in place said that they were no longer valid.
And you have to decide if you're going to keep them, who reviews them.
Yes, exactly. Because you review those overlay districts now.
That's correct.
But like the downtown district.
Correct.
That's a state. Is it a state district?
There's 2. There's the historic downtown district, historic district.
Yeah. So.
And then there's also the
overlay,
which is a little bigger than
and has much more specific design guidelines.
So that's a good example. If the HOC went away, the state would still look at certain things related to the district, but someone else would have to look at what the overlay district would be.
Correct.
That could be us, that could be the planning commission, could be somebody else. But
right.
Okay, just wanted to clarify those differences.
With having the HRA, she can do the administrative approval, so nobody has to look at it except for her.
Yes.
Or him, whoever the HRA is.
That person.
Whomever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoever it is at the time.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Other questions before we open it to public comment?
May I just have a quick one, just more of an interpreted question. You had brought up that the difficulty in finding individuals to serve on the HRC based on qualifications. So knowing that information, is it not the appetite of the commission to change that? Modify? We talked about modifying language, but it sounds like that's a desire, but it hasn't been acted upon. So I guess my question is, knowing these things, what has been the hesitation?
That you just changed them, and so we're trying our darndest to follow that and find the appropriate qualified individuals. And so it seemed like too soon to ask for forgiveness since you guys just changed them. I don't know.
And it took 2 years.
There's a reason why you can vote to reconsider. So
okay.
This would be it.
Good to know.
All right. But is that an appetite of the commission, of the HRC?
Absolutely.
We can speak for us.
Yeah, the rest of us aren't here.
Right.
But I would assume we'd like to have a full commission of able-bodied, intelligent people.
Right. And the top, we don't say environs, we say context area. That and just for my own understanding, I want to make sure I'm processing through this, is that is a statutory requirement by the state. So
no, it's chapter 22.
I know it's in chapter 22, but I thought
it used to be in the state.
It used to be at state, and then they pared it down to 250. We were also at the same 500. We pared it down to the 250 and kept.
They eliminated.
Yeah.
The state eliminated.
Eventually.
Right, because there's no requirement on how much, but I thought the state mandates that cities have a context area.
No.
Okay.
They used.
I didn't do good homework then.
And that's as far as I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't, and we're one of the few that have one.
That has acted upon it. Okay.
Yeah. It used to be a requirement, they did away with it.
Right.
Yeah.
We kept, when they did, the state did away with it, we kept it.
mechanism.
And then we toned it back
Yeah.
Right.
in the last revision.
And it used to be much more specific, where each structure had its own definition and sliding scale, and that was a lot of work for everybody involved. And so just going to the blanketed 250 feet definitely kind of mellowed out what those requirements are and made it cohesive so everything's treated equally at a very minimalistic oversight.
Can we talk a little bit about context area and properties that would be affected? Something's been designated. I think, and then properties around it would, if they wanted to do anything. I've had a discussion very recently, today in fact, that I think there's and I don't know very specifically, you guys I think would, there's a preconceived notion that if you're part of the context area, which is this would have come from the folks that live around Watson Park, that they would really, really be limited in what they could do to their property. Can we talk about those limitations?
Yeah, I was curious about that too, and so I looked it up, and we have exactly 4 privately owned properties that would be affected. So those are on the east side of the park towards 6th Street. So across the street from the park. But
I'm not asking who's affected. I'm asking how they're affected.
Oh, sure. So the context area review is the lowest level of review, and it's to say, okay, property owner, you want to do something with your property, show us what you want to do, and then we will review it using the other areas within that circle as the context. And if it is within that character, size, scale, mass, materials.
Is it overall the same flavor?
It's kind of like a zoning code almost.
But it feels subjective. Is it subjective to the board? Meaning, can you guys insert your opinion, or is there a very specific policy you have to follow?
Yes. There's no criteria in forms, like it doesn't say you can't have a porch. It doesn't say you can't have pink siding, but it does say follow the forms of the neighborhood. So you're looking at what else is around there.
Overall size, mass, scale, roof, shape?
Sure. If somebody wanted to do landscaping.
Right.
They're fine. They don't have any issues.
Don't have anything to do with that.
And let's say somebody does want to change something that needs to be taken to you. What's the time frame that it would take for them to get approval?
Sure. All we can talk about really as the board members are the days or the submission process from when it is submitted by them. We have, submit in, now I'm forgetting the chart, but it's like if you submit in January, you can be on the March meeting or something like that. I don't remember.
It's shorter, but.
Is it 4 weeks or 5 weeks? Anyway, and then, is it 6
Yeah.
weeks? So then it comes to the public hearing at the HRC meeting, and the determination is made then, or it's deferred, or to the Architectural Resources Committee. But typically what we see in these context area reviews is the public meeting happens and we have direction or comment and someone makes a motion. I think in the last 5 years, our approval rating has really been really high.
Yeah, it's
We've only
usually-
denied maybe 2 or something. I don't.
But as far as timeline goes, depending on when they submit within the month and how close it is to our agenda and how full that agenda is, they might have to wait until the next month. So you're looking at 30 to 60 days to get in front of us. If it has to go to the ARC, it's no more than an additional 30 days as long as everybody can meet.
And I don't know how much of this is concurrent with the other city reviews, because in the permitting process, there are, you know.
And I do believe that is part of the challenge, right?
Yes.
We've got so many different areas, at least what I'm hearing, are folks who are trying to get something done. And they're meeting design standards, everything's great. There are just so many steps to the process. And are we accomplishing what we want to accomplish ultimately? I don't think it's necessarily the approval rating. I haven't heard the HRC deny really anything. I think ultimately, again, just from what I'm hearing, the time frame it takes combined with other processes at the city. This isn't all,
Yeah, you'd have to check with staff, I guess, to see how many of those are concurrent.
There are definitely a few questions additionally that we'll need staff to answer, but you guys are doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple questions for me. So when you guys create a historic district,
We don't do that, you do that.
Oh, yeah, sorry. When you guys designate something, as a
We
historic,
recommend it or not recommend it for you guys to consider.
does that property then, do you go through the process to work with the state and the federal government to also get the same thing, or is that unique to Lawrence?
Well, the property owner does, right? If it's a state or a National Register property, then you would submit it to the State Historic Preservation Office and go on their public meeting agenda. They have them quarterly to approve those.
There are far more structures in Lawrence that are on the state register than there are on our local register. So that goes both ways. Somebody can apply for state and national because they want to get the tax credit benefits. Local doesn't provide those kinds of benefits, so there really is no financial incentive to get locally listed, so they'll go for state and national. They then take that same paperwork and add additional, like one extra sheet that's a local application, and it's $10 to apply. I think it's still $10 to apply.
I have no idea.
At least it used to be, and they just don't do it. So as far as where things are listed, there's far more people going to state and national than there are for local.
Is there any properties in Lawrence that are west of Castle?
There are ones that are eligible. There are some out in the county and out west.
I'd have to look at the state side.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the map. I know there's
you're
a
talking
couple.
about local.
Yeah, I think there's a couple that are out west, out by Clinton Lake.
Julia's property?
Yes, that's one of them.
Okay.
There's a few, but there's going to be very soon a whole neighborhoods that are eligible because they're going to be 50 years old or older. So, that's something.
Yeah, gotcha.
We could talk about creating additional historic districts and doing additional surveys to do that.
And it's mostly around places where the Oregon Trail went through 150 years ago. Is that, I mean, just looking at the map, is it fair to say
Maybe south.
these happen mostly in East Lawrence, around center of town, Oriad?
Probably east of Iowa.
East of Iowa, okay.
Yeah, in the original town center.
And then my last question is,
Let me,
sorry, go ahead.
just to piggyback that, I think what they're saying is, once any house is 50 years old, it becomes, that's the first,
Potentially.
that's the first,
Eligible
that's the first criteria. So we're starting to see neighborhoods west of Castle that are getting close to being
Is that
around. What?
Is that the history we're trying to?
No, I'm just saying, that's the first step. You-
Yeah, no,
That doesn't mean.
that was out.
yeah.
You can't be 40 years old and
You're saying I'm not a historic district?
I'm not saying you're historic yet. So that's the point about the 50 years. It's that's not necessarily mean it's eligible for lots of other.
Kind of the easiest mark to make, and all the other ones are really
But
harder.
that's the first check mark, 50 years. Are you 50 years or not? Okay, yeah, one more
Yeah,
question.
and then the final question is, do you think most people look at the context area as a way to have code compliance in East Lawrence?
I don't know.
What was the question?
Code
Do you believe the context area is a way for existing neighborhoods to have code compliance so that, that I believe that, we're all talking about density and what that looks like, but to make sure that somebody doesn't walk out their door one day and then their entire neighborhood is all duplexes. That the way I've heard the environs talked about the context area is a way to protect or slow down density. Do you feel that's fair?
I don't feel that it's to slow down density. I feel that it's to maintain the historic integrity or whatever the neighborhood is at this moment and was when it was built. So it could be, like Old West Lawrence has large homes that fill more of the site. East Lawrence has small homes, smaller sites that are not as filled. So it's a way to, maintain that for those who live there.
So the way people live is very different today than it was historically in your Old West Lawrence and East Lawrence districts. When you talk about density, if you're looking at like the turn of the century, there was typically anywhere from 8 to 12 and sometimes even 15 people living in these homes. That's just not how we live today. So when we're talking about density, they were historically boarding houses and just more people lived in those houses. That's just how society was back then. So we're not trying to change density. I think right now, the way we live, density is lower, and we want more square footage per person. I don't think anything in the context area is going to prevent additional density, like ADUs. But yeah, there's accessory structures on these properties. So I think it's just meant to make sure whatever's being proposed is in the same flavor as a neighborhood, so we don't lose that unique sense of place in those neighborhoods, that they continue to be walkable, that they continue to be sustainable, that those are kind of baked into our guidelines. They're not to prevent duplexes. We just want to make sure if it is a duplex, it looks like it belongs.
Thanks, I appreciate that. That's for me.
Okay, any other questions before we open it to public comment? Thank you. We'll bring you back if we have questions. Open this up for public comments. Members of the public have 3 minutes to comment. Anyone from the public? Oh, here comes Stan. Two stands. Two stands.
So good evening, Stan Hernley. I did have something prepared, but I'm not going to use this. So you had a question about is context area used to stop development or to limit development? Actually, what we're seeing in our office is development pressure in a couple of areas, mostly around KU. So the area north of the stadium is starting to see a lot of potential redevelopment projects that are going to involve requests for demolitions of older homes and construction of new, larger duplex buildings that have 5-bedroom units, because that's the new maximum number of people in a unit. So that's happening on the north side of campus, starting to see it on the south side of campus also, in the university neighborhood. It's happening in the east portion, southeast portion of the Oriad neighborhood as well, and even just to the south of that, we've done a duplex at 19th and Tennessee Street. So I think that what's happening is the development code is encouraging more density, which I think is great. I think that's a good thing for the community. We're building things where the infrastructure is already there. But I think you're really going to start to see some push on some historic areas, Oriad and University Place. And I mean, we've started to see demolition requests at HRC more frequently in those areas. And so far, they've been approved. So at some point, we may end up not approving a demolition in that area, and you might end up seeing a project coming to you that's coming on an appeal from a denial at the HRC for projects like that. So there is development pressure that's really starting to build. So just want you to be aware of that. Yes.
Question for you, Stan, while you're here, because you did the University Place study.
Right.
As I've looked at the study, it has 2 possible areas.
Right.
Maybe explain University Place area.
Right. So University Place, basically north of 19th Street up to the campus from
Louisiana over to Naismith Hall, basically. The eastern part of the neighborhood is where the older houses, bungalows, craftsman-style houses are typically located. The western portion, more 1940s, 50s, sort of post-war. The recommendation from the survey, as you said, was for potentially two areas that could be historic districts, one that was smaller along Illinois Street and a larger footprint that expanded to the east and northeast. There's criteria, there's still discussion at the State Historical Society. They're still reviewing the report. And there's active discussions about what changes about a property make it would make it ineligible to be part of a historic district. In the report, we talk about replacement siding and replacement windows being two things that automatically make a house not eligible for being contributing to a historic district. What we're currently hearing from the state is that maybe siding isn't critical, and if windows are replaced but they're similar, and if they're the same as the original size, then that may not kick them out of being contributing. That's new. Those are new comments that we're hearing. Everything we've heard in the past is siding, windows, it's not eligible. So.
And what, because although not relevant to this item, might be relevant to a commission item coming later, what's the process, do you think, to hear back from the state on the eligibility of the district?
So when the report's done, we're done. So it's really up to either owners of the property in the area that would come together and commission a nomination to be written, or the city could request funds through, because we're a CLG, we can apply for Heritage HPF, Heritage Preservation Fund money to fund a nomination. So the city could request those funds and help the neighborhood initiate that process. A district nomination is at least a year-long process.
Once it starts?
Once it starts, yes. Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Any other public comment?
Good evening. I'm Samuel Carter, 66046, and I think 2 points I heard. One on development pressures, and then on zoning, because it is kind of a conundrum, right? Because when there are development pressures, right, a good way for you all to address those pressures is to kind of turn the release valve on housing just a little bit so that there's not so much intense competition for housing, right, to reduce housing costs, to reduce the housing shortage. But it's interesting because of the historical overlays that HRC really is set up in part to be in opposition to the governing body, right? Because you could upzone a place, but it doesn't matter, right? If it doesn't fit the historic context or just what was built there before. And I think if you look closely, you'll see certain parts where it is set up to be in opposition. So I think it's the only advisory board where if they reject an application, they then require a supermajority vote by the city commission to actually overturn it. And so there's a kind of suspicion of democratic processes and in favor of just who shows up, right? I appreciate you, Commissioner Pullman, when you brought this up. I think you said, "Don't bite my head off," right? Because it can get pretty intense in these spaces. But the consequences of not having housing is much worse than that. I think you were all elected to do something about housing shortages, how to address it. So history, of course, it's always subject to reinterpretation, very valuable. The history of the resources code is itself very interesting. You know, the story about the bank often gets told, but what the story that's not told is just the story of urban disinvestment, right? Decades of money not moving to the urban core and money moving away from the urban core. And that's why you have unpaved brick streets. It's why you have old houses there in the first place. But we are in a very, very different context from 1988. When the code was first passed. Very different. And, you know, urban disinvestment is not I don't think it's a problem anymore. I mean, we talk about development pressures in the Oriad, right? And so my concern is that through having all this process, it increases costs, it adds development friction, and it effectively gatekeeps our most walkable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Brown, Lawrence Preservation Alliance Board. Our president, Mike Delaney, is away today. Mike and I both worked on preparing this statement. The Lawrence community has made clear for over 40 years that it places a high value on historic preservation. The city's Comprehensive Plan 2040, adopted in 2019 after a 6-year public engagement process, devotes an entire chapter to historic resources, making commitments to protect historical assets which contribute to our sense of place and unique character, to identify, evaluate, designate, and preserve our community's historic resources, to maintain certified local government status for the City of Lawrence, and to maintain and strengthen our local preservation ordinance. Regarding context protections, the comprehensive plan says that while landmark structures and buildings are important in their own right, the area or context in which they sit also provides critical historic background to fully illustrate their significance to the community, and specifically commits the city to conserve and protect the visual context of historic resources. Just a few years ago, the Historic Resources Code underwent a significant revision, which was the culmination of another significant community engagement process that took several years and more than 15 meetings with stakeholder groups and the general public. Developers, builders, realtors, and other groups were all specifically asked and invited to participate. There was no proposal advanced by any group in this open public process to do away with context review. The changes that were made, some initiated by LPA, were designed to reduce some of the friction points and speed up context review. LPA is now preparing to suggest further changes to the code that should alleviate several issues that have come up since the code was revised. Ask me questions after my 3 minutes. Preservation issues are important to many in this community, and if the City Commission is desiring to make significant changes to the code, sound policymaking demands that this occur only after another thorough public engagement process is undertaken. And for 1812 Illinois, that's the land development code, taking out a small, affordable house. LPA sent a letter to the owner, weren't replied to. We're saying, you know, you could put a nice addition on that house. You could put an ADU. The land development code, that's a carrot from the ADU. We didn't hear a reply back.
Time.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute to tell me what code changes you recommend.
Okay, we know that the Presbyterian Church was a very unusual thing with a property, basically a suburban lawn and parking lot, that was its own environs. The code wasn't prepared to handle it. The code wasn't used to having a property like that out in the suburban area. So we're going to work on a way to alleviate that issue if it ever comes up again. We also thought the row house was a really difficult situation in East Lawrence, basically because the applicant property was a commercial property. The listed property which triggered review was a residential property. So how do you adjust the guidelines to figure out how a residential property can determine how to make a commercial property work? We think the HRC got it right. LPA provided written testimony that they should approve the row house project, and they did.
Thank you. Stand strike, stand up 3 times, we'll let them come up.
Hey, good evening. My name is Stanley Rasmussen. I've lived in Lawrence for over 45 years. In my time here, I've served on the Sign Code Board of Appeals, the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Planning Commission, and in about 2012 and 2013, I served on the Historic Resources Commission. I wanted to comment on the environs requirement from our ordinance. I think when it was adopted with good intentions. And it was adopted to protect Lawrence Register of Historic Places. But unfortunately, I think it's had some drawbacks. One, I think it limits property rights and owner flexibility because you have potential restrictions on what owners can build, alter, and demolish. It increases costs and adds delays into projects. You have to have pre-application meetings, HRC review. You've got to hire professionals like architects and maybe historic specialists. And then you started tonight's meeting with a proclamation about our Fair Housing Month in Lawrence. But the implementation of the environs provisions, I think, has had some negative effects on our housing affordability. The spillover from those requirements raises property prices nearby, raises the costs of those properties nearby, and places more burdens on them. And then from that, it kind of shifts development pressures elsewhere into our community. And that just really exacerbates the affordability challenges that we have in Lawrence. I think it's also created some overreach and inconsistency issues. Subjective design standards on color of shingles, and window treatments, and things like that may, and in some cases does, lead to disputes that, rightly or wrongly, block reasonable projects rather than just purely preserving history. And finally, I think it creates some unintended consequences in our community. So it kind of discourages investment in older areas, and that leads to accelerated deterioration of older buildings, non-historic buildings. And I think as a community then, we're missing out on an opportunity to breathe new life into some of our neighborhoods. And so I would encourage you all to look closely at the environs requirements and whether that's something that's really serving our community well. And thank you for your time.
Courtney?
Thank you again, Commissioners. Courtney Shipley. I think the last speaker is a good example of what you hear, and certainly what you all hear when you are talking to people about the new development code. You're going to hear people complain about things that happened 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And as we pointed out, as Commissioner Dever knows, right, when he came in this time, there were some adjustments made that I think everyone agreed, and there was a lot of work done on those compromises that were actually really more helpful and more flexible. And then, of course, some more work's been done on Chapter 22 since then. I think, you know, you all have asked the community, neighbors and neighborhoods to give you some grace about the development code, and I think it would be really fair for you to give these changes some grace in the same vein, because they really haven't been around long enough. It does sound like there's already some flexibility and some movement in them, and I like hearing also that LPA, certainly it sometimes been felt to be a very hard line on historic things, has been at the forefront of the compromises and the changes. So I would look for more of that. I just, again, would ask some grace to let what you've already done work, not only with Chapter 22, but also with what you've done with the development code. We're all seeing it in our neighborhoods, and some of it's very stark, some of it's subtle, but we're gonna, we've all agreed to go through this process and have agreed to go on that journey together. So I think it's fair to allow that little bit of time to let this work. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Sarah Norman, 712 Rhode Island. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can raise that up if you want. There's a little button there. Just hold it a second. Hold it and start going.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so when I saw this on the agenda, I wasn't really sure what you guys intended by alignment with the HRC. So I just have some general comments. They might be a little out of place, but hopefully it'll broaden the conversation. So as I mentioned in my letter, my involvement with the HRC and city planning came about last year with the row houses. And unfortunately, that was a really negative process, and it just kind of worsened over time. So that's why I'm hoping the conversation about alignment can go past the HRC and broaden to the overall planning process. A couple examples, the HRC was operating with only 5 members instead of 7, which you guys have brought up, and I appreciate that. But I feel like only having 5, it affected representation and outcome. Some of the HRC members, it's my understanding, serve on the architectural review committee. So if they're sending the project to the ARC and then coming back to the HRC, it just seems kind of, isn't it all intertwined? But maybe I don't understand the process. The developer has time, money, they have the architect who has been through the process. We as citizens, we didn't. We were trying to understand the process, the code, go through that website, which is really difficult to navigate. And we were also trying to go through the 2 guidelines, the downtown guideline and the Chapter 22. Really tough process, and we didn't have a lot of support for that. So after it was approved, and then it went to you guys, and you guys passed it, we found out that we should have had the opportunity to appeal the HRC's decision, and we did not ever know that, and I feel like that was really detrimental to us. I feel like we should have known that. So when we asked, when we went back and said, should we have known this, we didn't get a response for 5 weeks, and then when we did, it was from the city attorney. So that felt really defensive, and it raised a bigger question. If the city attorney has to respond to, why are they responding? Why isn't city staff clarifying code? Why do we need an attorney to know the code? And how are we supposed to clarify code and navigate it if an attorney's needed? If you know what I mean. So I'm just hoping we can talk further about changes, make sure staff are trained in city code, can provide accurate, timely guidance, keep boards fully staffed, improve transparency, ensure the integrity of the process, and maybe have a citizen advocate who can help us, the citizens, through the process so we don't have to flounder out there. Yeah. So again, I appreciate the HRC, I appreciate you guys, I just want to see better processes. Thank you.
Christina McKenna, 66046. The HRC isn't designed to make development easier because it's designed to ensure all development respects our community's character. Changing its influence would remove the only realistic line of defense for homeowners who lack the financial and legal support to battle well-funded developers, as well as removing pieces of history that will never be able to return. Now we must ask ourselves, who would benefit from eradicating the HRC? Certainly not homeowners, who would lose their accessible local government, and ultimately not even developers who would face a more rigid state system when frustrated homeowners demanded greater protections. Because as we all know, Lawrencians are especially bad at accepting losses in associations, regulations, or oversight situations that afford us accountability and legal standing to hold tightly to those pieces we see as truly and unmistakably Lawrence. This isn't just about adding red tape and bureaucracy, it's about protecting our community's physical connection to its past. In a city where we must balance the interests of homeowners and the HRC with our need for developers to create more housing, we're looking to protect all parties' interests. The HRC represents balanced, local oversight that understands Lawrence's unique character while providing reasonable pathways for appropriate development. Removing it isn't progress, it's a recipe for more conflict, more restrictive oversight, and less community control over our shared future. Therefore, choosing to adjust requirements for applicants as well as code or guideline improvements would be a far better direction for engagement. As we all know, every established process can be improved, which is better than fully demolishing the structures we have if they're fulfilling purposes that would otherwise be taken from the hands of such invested constituents and laid before people who may not see Lawrence as the treasure it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Brianna, you stood up earlier. You can have your 3 minutes as a public comment person if you want. I saw you raise your hand earlier, but just so you know, you could speak as a private person too. If you wanted, you don't have to. Just saying you could.
Dennis got it.
Okay, you're fine. Then that's okay. I just want to make that awful. Mandy, did you want to speak?
Thanks. I just want to add that I would have liked to have seen the HRC members be given questions beforehand instead of being put on the spot. I feel like there was not an opportunity for community members or the HRC members, I don't want to speak for y'all, but this is my observation, to prepare for this conversation. The agenda item is discuss and provide guidance to the HRC as appropriate. And I heard Commissioner Dever introduce the concept of context areas being appropriate or inappropriate. Like, are we going to start talking about getting rid of context areas? That's a huge conversation, and as a community we should have been given more of a heads up, or that conversation shouldn't be happening tonight. This conversation, as I've observed it, has been about the value of the HRC, which is a huge conversation and should have been publicized in the agenda with a lot less vagueness. So thank you.
Any other comments in the room?
I will go ahead.
Okay.
I do want to clarify something on Chapter 22. It has only been approved for a couple years, but it took a couple years to get there and 17 different public meetings around it, including with the City Commission. So those were, I guess, 2 years ago. It was a different commission, and so there was a chance to make those changes back then. I think there is still conversations to be had. If there needs to be additional revisions made, I think there can be whatever the forums are for that. Usually kind of more the work sessions, I think, are good for that. I welcome you to attend any of our HRC meetings and ask questions during those meetings as well. I know you can watch them, but that's not the same as attending in person, so you can really see it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or in the future, but a heads up would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? If not, online.
Yes.
Julie Jones.
Julie Jones, 66047. I have a couple of comments from watching the meeting all night myself. Commissioner Sellers, when you think someone is attacking you verbally, take the high road and just ignore it.
Can you focus on this agenda item?
I'm sorry?
Can you focus on this agenda item?
I'm sorry. I thought we were in public comment.
No, we're talking about historic resources.
We're still talking about that. Okay, I apologize. Sorry.
Okay.
That was all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. bring it back to us. And just for clarity, some of those comments, this was a commission item to bring back to have a discussion. We can't talk to each other about what we may or may not want to do, outside of a context like this. And so we wanted to put it on an agenda to have that discussion. And the answer might be we want to do nothing. The answer might be we want to direct staff or the HRC to do something, or anywhere in between. But this is, and whatever that is, we're not going to make a decision tonight. I mean, the most we can do is ask somebody to bring us something back later. And so there won't be any decisions tonight. There could only be directions to say, we want this to be looked at, we want an ordinance to come back, or whatever the will of the commission is. But, kind of like sometimes in commission items, we say, staff bring back an agenda item. We didn't even know what to agree on except to bring it to here to say, do we want something in the future? So that's why it's here. That's why there's not a staff report, because we haven't had a chance to talk about it. So, especially we have 2 new commissioners, and I can't remember, Mike, were you on the commission when we approved the Chapter 22 amendment? I can't.
It might have been the very, December,
Yeah.
very first thing, if I remember correctly, so.
But I know, so that's the question. Thoughts, comments? What direction we want to give, anything?
I mean, I would like for the HRC to go over the review requirements. I know we've had several individuals in our community who, to your point, Mayor, who have applied and I think would have been great assets and would still be great assets to the HRC, but we're stating that they don't have requirements, and we've heard from the commission that we're limited by the number of people in our community to be able to serve on that. So I would like for the commission to do the due diligence to figure out bring back some language that could massage that down a bit so that it opens up and broadens the opportunity for us as commissioners to go out and find individuals to serve.
Can I ask a question about that? So why was it tightened?
I didn't do that, but
Someone can help remember why it was tightened.
Yeah, why were the requirements to be on the HRC tightened a couple years back?
I don't recall myself that, this is my recollection, that it was a specific decision to tighten them. But I think it was a decision to create definitions.
Sure.
And it led to tightening them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can speak to that.
Okay.
So the state, thank you. The state has their requirements for a certain number of professionals and non-professionals. It's I think I don't know, 30%, 40%. Well, the state does too. But the federal has definitions for what those mean. So that the federal, I think the federal requirements have tightened, and that's what's caused.
Okay.
Park Service. Yeah. But yeah.
So there's some, that's right. There's some definitions federally. There's some requirements under our agreement with the state that we have to have so many. And so, yeah. But
we could have all of that information brought back.
Yeah, but I do think I believe it unintentionally tightened it more than we wanted to, and led us to having more difficulty than we had in the past. So appointment, that's one thing, to look at the appointment requirements.
Yes.
I would be interested in, Mayor, you had asked about the environs 10%. Do we know that number? Let's see if we can get staff to get us some information, the specifics that we had asked for. Do you recall?
About context area, like the number?
Context area, I'm sorry, I will leave that environs word out.
I started with the environment, so I'm not correcting you. I'm correcting myself.
I need to do the same.
So you're asking for information regarding the context area, how many we're hearing, how many are being processed,
Right.
that sort of thing,
Right.
since the change. Okay.
Since the reduction, yeah, what made a percentage difference between?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I'd also be interested, when we talk about they must distribute 10% of its federal funds to CLGs in the form of grants, I would really like to know what monies we have received.
Okay.
Let's go back 5 years. I can't imagine there's a whole lot of them. Anything else?
And I think, is our grant helping fund our position at all? Do you know, our Historic Resources
That would be
Commission
great information.
Director? I don't know if we're using those funds or not, but it could be a use of it, I think.
Okay.
So you want to know how much has been received and what it's funded?
What it's used for.
Yes.
Okay,
Over the past 5 years.
okay.
And then what would be the ramifications of us not receiving the 10% directly and having to require us
Yeah.
submit directly to the state? We could still get that money potentially, but we don't have an automatic 10% acceptance, I guess, would be the.
Right,
so.
right. And I think, to make the comment, it was incredibly vague what was put on the agenda, and I will certainly piggyback on what the mayor said. This is really just kind of an opportunity to, we've got new commissioners. I have received a decent amount of complaints, really, on both sides at this point. And I think we need to have as much information as we can. And then, of course, I certainly appreciate Ms. Shipley's point that they're fairly new, and the board as well, that these changes are fairly new. So not necessarily opposed to giving it more time. But there is, I think, a lot of information that we do need. So this started the process of just having a vague statement or a vague agenda item.
I just had a quick clarifying question. For the Architectural Review Committee, you have the authority to, you have the authority to appoint individuals. Are those solely just commission individuals? Have you appointed folks that do not serve on the commission to be a part of the Architectural Review Committee?
I'd have to review the language, but
It says the commission shall appoint a body hereby identified as the Architectural Review Committee to review projects and requests that have been referred to the Architectural Review Committee by the commission. And I'm assuming the commission is the HRC, not, because over here it says the city board is us, so.
Right, so the Historic Resources Commission nominates a candidate for the Architectural Review Committee to actually, from the commission.
That serves on the commission.
We vote on it, yeah.
Okay, because I don't read it.
If we're, so this happens, Stan's properties.
Right.
Times go to ARC, which I am a member of, and then we ask Jay Hawley, who is a former commissioner and review board member.
Right, so I'm getting to the point where it's kind of duplicative and a little bit of a conflict, so I just, because I'm like, if it's going to be board members, then why do you have so is it a subcommittee?
It's technical, and it gets like, why can't we do that? And it's because of gravity and there's architectural lingo and structures and things that the other board members are, if we had that discussion in every public commission meeting, it would add an hour to each item or more. So that's the reason for it.
I can speak firsthand. So I'm an architectural historian. I'm not an architect. I do know quite a bit about architecture, and I have, a hard time being part of the ARC because I'm not an architect. It is very, very technical. They get down into the nitty-gritty. So it really is the two architects that are on the HRC.
Right. So your ARC is comprised of architects that sit on the HRC.
Or have previously when they're filling in.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be someone that's currently on it. There's folks that have previously served, like community members.
The person who's appointed cannot make it or has to abstain. We have to get somebody else.
Okay.
So it's only when it's
Stan.
Yeah.
Right.
Be there. We have to
Is there a way that we can make it that it's not just Stan? So I think that's what I'm trying to get to, is that we've kind of, again, painted ourselves into a corner.
But a little bit, yeah.
But to one of those other speakers' points, if I'm just a guy who wants to change my house, I'm going to have a hard time talking to the Architectural Review Committee. I'm going to have to hire an architect to talk to the Architectural Review Committee. If you can't even have a conversation with them, how would you expect a homeowner to have a conversation with them?
Yeah, in that case, we bring in the codes department. The homeowner doesn't need an architect. It's not required.
They can have the conversation themselves?
Yeah, so we'll have somebody from the inspections or code department come in to the ARC meeting with the applicant.
Okay. Commissioner Sellers, you're thinking there about...
It's just a lot. It's just the layers, and I think we've had conferees talk about that. Some of the things that kind of popped up in my mind during the conversation was, environs, ? Architectural review, affordable housing incentive policy, righting the wrongs of bad housing history, and visual contrast. And I think there's just been a lot of other municipalities that have, I don't want to say they've done it right, but they've found a way to allow modern to co-live in districts. And I think, no disrespect to those who want to preserve the character of a lot of our communities here and neighborhoods. But again, you may have folks that live in that neighborhood that they want something more modern. And so how do you have these conversations around that where you have folks that are essentially holding homeowners hostage? And oftentimes, it's not to create affordable housing. So, and a lot of these districts are already priced at a price point that's not even affordable now. So, it's just, there is a lot of overlay from a context, from a conversation around it. So, it's just, there's a lot for me to process, but I think for the time being, I definitely want us to be able to review the requirements so that we can hopefully get other candidates that can equally bring value to the HRC and be able to kind of expand that. I would like for the group to have some conversation around visual contrast. This is a new word that I've learned, but like I said, there's cities that have done it well and done it right, and the places that we've gone to, and it's just like, why, my question is like, why can't we do that? And so it does from the outside, even as a commissioner, it feels like, we're trying to hold on to the past at the expense of progress. And I think where that intersects is where we're at right now. That intersectionality is where we're at, and folks aren't wanting to give, but we got to figure something out. So that's all I got.
Mayor,
So
just procedurally,
Yep.
you do have in the code, Chapter 1A for the policy advisory boards, that if you want to give them specific direction, the HRC, you will need to make a motion on that rather than just provide direction.
Yeah, that's why we put this as an action item.
Yeah.
So we could.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure
yes.
you were aware.
Yep, thank you. But I guess I was about to ask Commissioner Sellers, on that last point, is there some particular direction you want to give?
I'm still learning, so.
So far, we
Let's
have
start with the review requirements, and I can build on that.
appointment requirements, information on the context area, the monies received for the 5 years, how it's used, and the impact of not having it. Those are the three.
Let's start there. This is a big topic.
Although I can't direct the LPA to do anything, moving forward with proposing some ideas could be helpful to see those. Okay. Look how efficient we are. Okay, any other things we want to see?
So I was going to ask about the LPA, and then the thing that I was hoping one of these days we'll talk about with the land development code is, for me, it's not like the expense of progress. It's everybody knows that density is coming, and how does somebody buy a house and know that within a year everything couldn't be demoed? And I mean, obviously, that necessarily wouldn't happen, but like, how can we do inside these neighborhoods like enough to say, hey, there'll be a demo of like 20% in 5 years or something like that, to give people some level of comfort that the neighborhood they buy into will change at a rate that's not going to change completely out from underneath them. That's the thing I'm hoping to talk about from the LDC perspective.
And I am very interested in protecting the neighborhoods as much as we possibly can. Can we implement design standards, overlays? I don't know, but those are...
Yeah, certainly overlay districts are one of the main tools besides the historic code to do that. I think the flip side is, in my neighborhood, it's not a historic neighborhood. Well, it was built in the 60s, maybe it could at one point. But, we've had, all the houses were built in 1960-ish. We've had 3 houses torn down recently and rebuilt, all a single family, but just new designs. They didn't like the bi-level, so someone bought it and built a new house. And so, even without the code or whatever, the flip side is, of all that is, what's being rebuilt and how it's being rebuilt, I think is the real question you're asking.
Yeah, and like code compliance. I think a lot of people think of the HRC as the code compliance for keeping neighborhoods looking one type of way.
Yeah.
So the question becomes like, let's say there was something that was completely demoed in a neighborhood. Is the HRC the one who is going to stop a project because it doesn't look it, or what is that? I need to like as Commissioner Sells said, I need to learn a little bit more about that myself, and between now and when we have the LDC discussion.
Yeah, it depends a lot where you're at, what particular rules apply. If you're close to an historic property, in the context area, in a district, in an overlay district, in 2 of the 3, and 4 of the 5. The rules are complex. Multifaceted, depending on your particular location.
And to Mandy's point, if, a lot of people have spent a lot of time putting the HRC together over time, and we should have public discussions about that, going forward. It just shouldn't be something that's buried on one agenda item, and I don't think we would do that.
No.
And the more we are transparent with the public about that, the better I think it will be.
Yeah.
Yes, here. Do you need a motion?
We need a motion.
I would move to ask the HRC board and staff to bring back the information that we've discussed.
The 3 items.
3 items that... Do you have those, Sherry, by chance?
I do.
You want to read them for me?
Sure.
And then I'll just say, move. So moved.
Of course. So directing the Historic Resources Commission to look at the board member requirements, correct me if I'm wrong, and to bring back information on the context area, numbers since the change, the context area, how much money the city receives in the last 5 years, and what does it fund? I don't have the acronym right, but.
That's the CLG.
CLG, yes. That's all?
That's it.
That feels right to me.
Okay.
So moved.
Include not having
Hold on.
a context area, or did you get that?
Oh, okay. So add to the context area what numbers we have seen since the changes and what the impact would be without the context area.
Oh, I didn't get impact without the context.
Okay, so you could add that.
Got it.
That's kind of built into the whole second item of context area, sub-items.
Got it.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Pulliam, a second by Vice Mayor Courtney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Now, we're going to go to a work session. Work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Now, work session item is to receive a presentation on an overview of the city's purchasing and payable functions within the Finance Department. And Michelle is here. Go ahead.
All right, well, I think we have some slides here, so we'll work on. There we go. It's always better when Kurt drives the bus. Good to go. All right, well, thank you this evening. I'm Rochelle Matthews. I'm the city's Director of Finance and also the Sound Fiscal Steward champion. So I just wanted to take a minute to just remind everyone what that means for our sound fiscal stewardship of efficient and sustainable use of our resources, as well as transparency and maintaining public trust. So a brief overview of what we want to talk about tonight is just briefly overview the citywide financial policies that kind of touch this area. Then we'll move into a discussion of our purchasing policy specifically and its practices, an overview of our purchase card program, and then our claims process, and then a wrap up with our fiscal stewardship. Just as a reminder, I wanted to put some links in here to remind people where they can find these policies. They're all located, all of these are located on our finance page, but we have a fund balancing policy, a purchasing policy, investment policy, and then a capital improvement plan policy that overlaps with our budget team. We also have a variety of reporting, including weekly claims, our investment, and then some of our data portals and annual reports. So to discuss our purchasing program, I will turn it over to Eileen Phillips, our purchasing manager.
I guess I don't have to just introduce myself. Purchasing division, it was established in March of 2021 with the addition of an authorization by the City Commission for 2 new positions. We are currently staffed with 2 buyers and myself. And we are a service group. We support and guide procurement activities for the city. Next one.
I hit the space bar.
Okay. It's my first time doing one of these.
Doing great.
Good. This is just our policy, which is also posted. This was approved by the City Commission in May of 2022. We also included our purchasing thresholds. We have 3 of them under $10,000, which is we consider an open market purchase, where people can purchase in-store, online. $10,000 to $50,000, departments secure quotes or proposals from vendors, or they can also use a city or cooperative contract. And everything over $50,000, we use a formal solicitation process, or we also can use city and cooperative contracts because those have already been competitively bid. We have a lot of tools for our internal users. We have the purchasing card program, which Rochelle will be covering. We have city contracts, and those are contracts that we bid either for the city as a whole or for specific departments to use. We also have the ability to use purchasing cooperatives, and that includes state of Kansas contracts that are available to political subdivisions. We have online marketplaces that are available through many of these cooperative contract vendors. We use OpenGov Procurement as our formal solicitation platform, and that was implemented May 1st of last year. For all of our city staff who are doing purchasing, we provide training in person, and we have training available online along with our purchasing procedure manual. We have step-by-step guides for using our financial system, Tyler ERP. We have videos and instruction guides for the bidding platform, and we also offer chairside training for new employees who will be doing requisitioning or being involved in the bidding process.
So as Eileen mentioned, we do have a P card or a purchase card, and to lean into the efficient and effective processes commitment of the city, I'm going to call that P card from here on out. But it's a method to issue a card for smaller dollar purchases. It doesn't replace our purchasing policy. It's meant to complement it. And we currently use a program issued by U.S. Bank, our banking vendor, to issue Visa cards. And we put those cards in the hands of people to make purchases that they need to do their job. It reduces the time necessary to grab a valve while you're fixing a water main break, or you're out on a call and you need to grab up another part or whatever. So instead of having to go back to the office, request a purchase order, get the purchase order issued, and then get the part shipped or have to pick up from a store. It just really helps our departments address their operational needs and reduce those transaction times on small dollar purchases, as well as reduce our administrative burden and time drag on processing those. P-cards also have a key feature that is important for us, that those transactions actually generate us revenue, as this program qualifies for a rebate. These transactions have very strict controls and limits and agreements. Everybody who gets a card has to sign an agreement that they understand the rules and responsibilities of what they're being issued, and we only give cards to those who need it to carry out the duties of their jobs or have authority to spend on behalf of the city. As part of those internal controls, everybody has to reconcile their P-cards. I'm sure we've heard that in a lot of areas. But they must keep all their documentation. They log it as part of our ERP system, reconcile the transaction, indicate where it goes in the budget, and then it goes through a layer of approvals until it ultimately processes with our accounts payable team. I was able to interface with U.S. Bank here recently to review our program, which is several years old and predates me. But on average, the city cardholders spend about $4.5 million on their purchase cards, and that is generating roughly $55,000 of additional revenue to the government. But a key factor of this program is the fraud prevention. U.S. Bank is very complementative of our internal controls and processes. So we have policies and levels and limits in place as an entity, but we're also able to leverage several of those on their side, including blocking certain purchasing codes, MCC codes in certain markets. They have analytics running in the background, and so they can send us real-time fraud alerts if their system detects a transaction that's out of bounds somewhere. We can also sign up for cardholder text and alerts. They also have online access, so we can monitor cards as the finance department. We administer the P-cards. If someone loses it, we have very quick access to turn that off, so they're not missing for very long. But the key best feature of this program is, at no charge to us for this program, we are eligible for their liability waiver program. And so that means up to $100,000, they will cover eligible losses per card holder. And we have roughly somewhere between 250 and 400 active cards, depending on the operations of the city at any given time. So we reviewed our metrics, and they benchmark us against our peer cities. And so for cities our size, our purchases are pretty on par with them. And last year we had 0 fraud. So our card holders are doing a really good job of due diligence and reconciling their transactions, as well as having their managers review those and making sure they're appropriate and approved. So eventually somebody has to pay that bill for those cards. So that comes to the claims process. The claims process is akin to paying your household bills. So claims include vendor invoices, contract payments, our own utility and electric bills, and then any reimbursements and refunds that might come from our service providers. Claims are currently processed on the first 3 weeks of every month to align with commission meetings, because it's our job to produce that in compliance with city policies, state laws, and all applicable rules. So staff prepare the claims run on a Monday. We bring it to you here on a Tuesday night, and then checks and payments go out on a Wednesday morning. An important part of this control process, we just don't pay a bill, right? When we get an invoice, it's input into our ERP system. It's vetted to make sure, did we receive those goods and services? Do the charges match what our requisition and quotes said? And then is there proper budget authority in place to pay that invoice before it goes anywhere? So once it's matched and routed for that, then it would go through the requisite department approvals and ultimately approvals to get on the claim for you guys.
Just real quick, that first process, is that all finance or is that at the department level? Like if it meets the three things you said?
Once it's input and everything's matched, that everything from there on is a finance.
But the
process.
matching up process?
Yeah, the matching up.
Department level is at your level?
The matching process happens when the department provides that information of the invoice, provides the purchase order number if applicable or contract number, and then.
So it's really both?
Yeah, it's really
One
both.
side's giving you the information and you're checking it?
Yeah, I would not be able to verify the count of how many water meters.
When you said that, yeah. Okay, thank you. So they're giving you the information, you're verifying it, and you're approving it.
Yep, we have a step called accounting review. So when a purchase order is requested, it goes through purchasing review and accounting review, and then invoices get an extra layer of scrutiny when they're input and to go through accounting review before they go to claims. So to your point, that's a budgetary control, that's a fraud control, and it's we have the ability to make sure, hey, did we code fuel to make sure it's accurate financial reporting.
And Rochelle, just a question about the fraud. Does that mean nobody tried to steal those P cards, or that nobody used, my mom's always somebody somehow, she has the same password for whatever, is able to use that type of thing. So that didn't happen, or that after the review from the manager or director level, there was nobody using the cards for something personal?
That's a good question, and I think a more accurate representation is it's like cybersecurity. Stuff's always happening, but our internal controls, along with U.S. bank controls, prevented any fraud from occurring. That either the cards were shut off if they were misplaced, or transactions were flagged and charged back.
Oh, okay, cool.
We have those ability to do. That's the thing that I like about their program, is finance is part of that notification network, so that if there's something that looks questionable, we get a very detailed summary from U.S. Bank that comes direct to us as finance staff and the card holder to say, hey, take a look at this transaction, so we can stop it before it processes.
Cool.
So really the key takeaways from here is we're really trying to balance sound fiscal stewardship of being responsible and accountable for the money we're spending, but also putting the goods and services in our hands of our employees that they need to do their job to carry out those outcomes. So, and we don't work in isolation. We work very well with our efficient and effective processes, like streamlining some of these workflows, designing our ERP system to keep the internal control, but reduce unnecessary steps. Like environmental sustainability, we are really encouraging our vendors to accept EFT, because that doesn't generate any paper or postage. It's a much more sustainable payment method. And then that engaged empowered teams by giving them their cards to do their jobs, that they don't have to slow down and say, hey, I need somebody to come pay for something, that we're giving them the tools to be accountable for what they're spending, but also source the parts and goods and services that they need. So with that, I think we would stand with any questions.
One question for me I get a lot, and I know it's in the purchasing policy, but can either of you talk about the local preference that we use?
I believe we circulated a previously about local preference.
Yeah.
So.
Policies.
But can you speak to it for public consumption today?
As that was not part of this question, I'm not sure I'm prepared to do that at this hour, at this night.
Yeah, amen.
But
that was one of my questions as well. You guys did circulate a memo. And maybe we can come back and governing body report at another date and discuss it.
Did you want to say something?
I'm just available for any
Oh, okay.
we do a lot of spending locally, but for the local preference, that does apply to certain projects, to construction projects over 50,000.
So there is local preference.
Yes, there's in the selection of projects, we do score a section for familiarity with the city or being local or having done work with us previously. I do remember that our engineering colleagues would probably be best to speak that, but specifically on some of our large projects, yes, that is something we actively write into our RFPs to be able to score and give points for someone who is very familiar with the city, has done good work for the city, and is local.
Yeah, because we have vendors currently that aren't local but are very familiar with us, and I can certainly appreciate that. So I want to make sure that those two things would be separate, right? Some cities will do, like, if we'll give them within 3% latitude if it's, competitive bid. I'm not saying we do that, but if we are building that into our evaluation criteria, we should probably talk about keeping that separate from being familiar with us, because I think we've got some vendors that we've been using for a long time that aren't local. So that would be tough. Anything else? Because I've got some things. Do we have, and I've asked this, I'm just going to ask for the public, do we have a process in place to deny vendors from entering the bidding process due to past non-performance?
So there are very specific rules for debarment as far as, like, if we have grant funds and they're debarred from working under federal money, there are specific rules for that.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have a general city one.
We do have the ability to debar vendors, but we also have to have all the written documentation to support the action to debar, and ultimately, Rochelle makes the decision to proceed with debarring a vendor.
How about, do we have a policy that allows us to do that?
No, that is not addressed in our purchasing policy.
Okay, so that's something we could consider further down the road, because I've also talked about vendor report cards that would really lean more towards that, talking about past performance.
Right, and that conversation with vendor report cards, I don't want to speak for another department, that work would largely live in our project management and engineering divisions. As far as being able to scorecard and report out, that would not be a purchasing function necessarily. It might be a repository for that information, but we would not be as intricately involved in the process of finishing the contract and their performance. That would be a CMAT.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Those would be completed by the users of those vendors, right? Most of them, sadly, will be with, MSO, so they'd kind of get hosed on that. But we really, I think it's, especially with all the CIP that we have going, like, as fast as we do, I think it's important that we're keeping track historically of performance. So we can talk about how we want to do that if the other commissioners are interested. I'm just simply saying that's what I'm interested. And then lastly, I will just say a couple of things. One, the P card still GFOA best practice, beats check fraud, still the biggest check fraud, so P card's excellent job. And then the last thing that I'm really interested in doing is, right now, currently, we approve the claims prior to you paying them.
Correct.
It's extraordinarily rare for a community our size. So I just want to make sure we're okay with that, or if we're willing to maybe make a motion to change that policy.
So it's less of a policy issue and a legal issue. Finance has had a lot of great conversations with legal that there are statutes that govern claims, and you are correct. There are a lot of communities that do it differently than us and achieve that through a number of different avenues, including possibly a charter ordinance to set our own rules about claims, but still abide state law and that kind of process. So if that's the will of the governing body, we could take that instruction to bring something back to change that process. But it wouldn't be a policy change.
Can you speak to the advantages of us not having to approve claims?
Sure.
Before they're paid?
Yeah. Right now, we only have 3 shots a month to pay claims. That can make it difficult to forecast cash expenditures because we end up with a logjam of sorts when we're awaiting a commission meeting, especially in months where there's 2 weeks off instead of 1. And then we could potentially be losing out on the opportunity for discounts or other favorable payment terms, just simply because we can't cut a check before that term expires on the payment before the next commission. It also reduces our staff flexibility of timing and making sure investments come due. It's hard to know if I can't figure out an average weekly claim and seasonality of spend because the claims are so uneven with them being broken up. It also does reduce our ability to respond to something urgent, like if there was an important invoice that came with a very short turnaround, which our vendors are very knowledgeable and gracious. We don't have a lot of those, but there have been occasions where we've had need to cut some sort of payment. Now, I will say debt and other critical components are exempted from that under state law, so we're allowed to make those payments, but some other big invoices have occasionally cropped in where we were like, we need to wait for the next commission.
And we would still see expenses of $100,000 or more, right?
Yes, and the purchasing policy would still stand that anything above $100,000 way before payment would still come through the commission approval process on your consent agenda.
Mayor, if I could insert for just a moment. Rochelle is correct, and I very much appreciate her efforts to make sure that our operations are streamlined and efficient. There are statutes that apply, as she referenced, and our office and previous finance directors have come to the interpretation that payment of claims does have to be approved by the governing body before they're paid, and that is also supported by the League of Kansas Municipalities Local Government Law Handbook. But that's not to say that cities have not have changed that process, and I'm interested in finding out what their legal authority for that is. I just want to say regarding the statement, the state law that applies does provide an exception that if a city can achieve a savings, or if it would conversely suffer a penalty because of the payment schedule, that payment can be made early before it's approved by the governing body, so long as at the very next meeting the governing body is informed of that early payment. So the statute does try to address that penalty or incentive to pay on a different schedule, and Rochelle is correct that there are other exceptions that the law provides, including payment of bonds, the payment of certain travel expenses. So I just wanted to add that.
So it's something we could look at and look at the legal side of that?
Right. I would like to look at it. I definitely understand the efficiency reasons. That's her role. My role is to make sure that it's legal.
It's legal.
Well, we want that. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd be interested in looking at that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we can, I can get out with several cities. Maybe you can get out on the listserv, KSGFOA, and see how everyone's done it. And then City Attorney Wheeler, you can go your route. We'll make sure all areas are covered. I just don't really know many cities that require this, but let's do some, if you guys are interested, we could at least do some research.
Yeah, it sounds like it's...
I guess what I'm hearing is that we have that ability. It's just via charter. And if that's the appetite for the commission, then that's something we can do. So it's not that we can't do it. It's just a matter that it's an authority given to us that we could create a charter that would allow for that with potential.
I would like to confirm that. I know that other cities are doing it. I don't understand how they're doing it.
Gotcha.
Legal.
So we suspect that one way that cities can modify state law is by adopting a charter ordinance. The league has also said that there is a provision if cities adopt their budget by ordinance. We adopt our budget by resolution. So I just, for myself, want to confirm the legal authority before I recommend that it be done. I don't want to just follow what other cities do because I'm not responsible for their legal.
Right. And to your point, there's a difference between resolution.
On the budget, but regardless.
Might be.
If everyone's interested in at least exploring that to provide some additional, maybe discounts, efficiencies, I'd be
more than willing to go out on the listserv.
okay? We use them. The league uses them. We love the league, so shush.
Okay, other questions?
Well, do you need a motion for any?
Well, we have public comment, and then
sorry.
we will. And I'll say, just as we open up public comment, I did just look it up real quick. It's Chapter 1, Article 17. That is our local purchasing preference policy, which is referred to in the purchasing policy as a whole, but it's actually part of our code on the local purchasing policy.
Chapter 1, Article 17.
Yeah. Thank you. This is a public hearing item. Any member of the public like to speak on this?
I wasn't really planning to.
Right, but you're here.
I'm having flashbacks of 10 years of doing this in my last job. I give you guys kudos for still being here. And seriously, thank you, everyone, for your service, and thank you for staff. I'm Sally Monahan. I'm account manager with Bishop Business Equipment. We are one of your vendors for printers and copiers. I met with Mayor Finkeldye last week to discuss asset management as you're talking about your budget, and also kind of future guidelines, and just really to discuss it and to understand and get a little bit more insight as to how decisions are arrived at. So we have worked with the city when we were Laser Logic for 33 years, which is was a local family-owned business. And when Laser Logic was sold to Bishop, which is a local to Omaha, but we're still local here, family-owned business, we kept a lot of the equipment and supplies and maintenance in place. However, there is not a consolidated purchasing for this equipment at this time. So over the history, different departments could use different vendors, and they did, and they continue to. So I've met with some of the department heads. I talked to Craig Owens early on, and have reached out to the city. And my understanding is that there will be an upcoming RFP, either hopefully this year, maybe next. Not 100% sure, but when I was hearing Mayor Finkeldye in his State of the City address talk about asset management, that threw a light bulb on in my head. I've talked about it with Commissioner Sellers as well, which is when you all were just talking about the purchasing policy, it's really MSO directed and kind of construction and CIP directed, and I don't feel like you're talking, or I'm not hearing about smaller items and smaller projects, but those add up. And so when you talk about consolidating and streamlining to have one vendor, like we do at LMH, we have over 400 machines there that we maintain over multiple campuses, over multiple communities. And then certainly in our Omaha offices where we have the city, the county, multiple school districts, hospitals. I mean, we have over 10 to 15,000 machines in the field that we manage. I would really like to be hitting that consolidation, but local vendor.
Thank you.
And we're the local one, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? How about online?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Well, this is a work session item, so we don't necessarily make motions, but we can direct if three of us are interested. And at least having Tony start the process of looking at that and seeing if, and then getting finances, seeing if they think it helps us, whatever we can do legally. I think we have people interested in looking at.
So we're just directing Tony to look at the mechanics of it.
Yeah.
Legal mechanics, okay.
Like whether it's even possible.
Yeah, what's possible and how we can do it.
Sounds good.
Okay, any other things out of this?
No.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, that brings us...
Thanks, Rochelle.
Brings us to commission items and future agenda items. I have one commission item, and we've been bouncing around this for a little bit, but I'd like to give some direction to have planning / legal bring us back a moratorium for consideration in the University Place. And as you heard me ask Stan Hernley, that would be for, in his report, there's a bigger area called the East University Place Historic District and a smaller place, which is the Illinois Historic District. So I would recommend, well, and then the other thing I'd say before I say what I'm asking, the next step is for University Place to, one way or the other, submit a nomination. They need to actually take this and submit a nomination. But, they may never do that, or they may decide they don't want to do that, or they may do it tomorrow. But I think I'm willing to give them, my recommendation is to give them 6 months, to put the moratorium in place for 6 months. If they get the nomination in place, then we can consider whether or not we keep the moratorium in place beyond that. In theory, we would, but I don't want it to be until they file a nomination, because then they could wait 5 years. And I don't think that. So I would recommend bringing back a moratorium for 6 months on demolition for the East University Place Historic District as defined in the study, limited to 6 months. Obviously, with the input of Jeff, who I've talked a little bit about this, and with legal on the requirements of moratoriums.
I support that.
Do we know that there's any movement in that current area? And
I understand the University Place folks are working to try to get a nomination in place.
But as far as any potential demo, is there any movement?
There are no, I did ask Jeff that question. They go pretty quick once they come.
Yeah.
But there's no applications pending at the moment. And I will say the university, the one at 1812 Illinois, had, that request had been in
for a while,
waiting for the moratorium. We don't have anyone, now that it's lifted, no one has rushed out.
Okay.
I will say my understanding also from most people looking at this is they're trying to figure out the process compared to rent cycles. And so they're kind of looking at that. And so at the moment, there's none that we know of, that Jeff said he knew of none. But again, this will come back. This is not making a decision. This is just asking them to bring us something back on an agenda. And so we'll be able to get input from folks before we make that. But at least start that process. 3 people interested in that?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my commission item. Other commission items?
I have 2. One, wanted to just highlight Rotary on Monday, at least at noon. Rotary had a speaker, Lourdes Aguirre, who is a recent KU film and media graduate. If you know that name, or maybe you don't, she actually helped co-direct and co-produce the documentary Searching for Layarda. And Lourdes is currently working on another documentary in regards, as it relates to the, I would say, informal, although it's documented, sister city relationship with Papatoro, which is a town in El Salvador. If you can, it's Googleable. There's information that shows that there's always been a small group of Lawrence residents that have gone to El Papatoro since 1994. And what I appreciated about the presentation is that she spoke on, the true, I don't say the true mission and vision, but the mission and vision of Sister Cities as it was initiated under President Eisenhower was to promote peace and understanding through citizen diplomacy, encouraging cultural, educational, and economic exchanges. And the relationship with the documentary highlights a lot of the government solidarity and pushback and a little bit of propaganda from the United States in regards to some conflicts in El Salvador. And so I just really, it was a breath of fresh air to have that conversation and to hear one about history that I know of. Wichita, Papatoro is a sister city. Wichita is a sister city to El Papatoro. I didn't realize that Lawrence was. And so I did encourage Lourdes to reach out to Porter to see if there's a possibility, or at least something that can come back to us as far as solidifying that relationship with El Papatoro. So I just wanted to share that. Thought that was super exciting. And then, I don't think we have representation going to ITGA this year, and it just kind of brought in my mind kind of the conversation that we had with the university as it relates to how do we build that town-gown relationship and the advisory board. So I'll talk more with staff on it, but I just kind of wanted to pique commissioners' curiosity on that. I know we spoke to a little bit of that as it relates from the housing component in the agreement that we had with KU with the Gateway Project, but this is just kind of building some momentum to bring that conversation back in front of us. So that's all I had, Mayor.
I had one more I meant to bring up, and I talked to Jeff about this, but just so we have consensus here, I would like to bring back an agenda item, probably sometime in May, where we allow the public to come talk about the development code and how it's worked in the first year, and if there's things they want to change. And they have some cleanup amendments coming, but this would be more of a just open session with no preparation by Jeff or anything, just having an agenda item so we could have some comments on that. I think that was one of the intents. And from the staff point of view, they've been gathering comments from developers and staff and seeing problems, and those are some cleanup amendments coming. But I think just bigger topics that just to have an open meeting to let people talk about those. And I talked to Jeff about that, but assuming two other people are interested in letting us do that.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Especially since people are kind of discussing this overlap between historical and regular code stuff, and I think there's a lot of confusion as to who does what, and if we can get us clarified on Jeff's side, then we can touch better, I think, on the HRC side as well.
Okay. Any other commissioner?
Yeah, I've got this is for public consumption. I had asked that I get confirmation from the independent auditors on the 2024 transfer pilot, basically, franchise fees. We called them pilots, basically. The staff was saying that only a portion of it was pilot, the other portion, I can't recall what it was. Anyway, it's because it's 1042. But just for the public's sake, we did get confirmation from the auditors themselves that the trial balance matches everything that staff said, which is what we needed. And I wanted to thank them for that, both finance staff and the auditors. We will be engaging soon with the new audit coming for 2025. Probably not many people are excited about it. I am. And And I think that's it. My brain that's all I can do. I probably missed something.
Okay. Any other commission items?
Yeah, just for me this week, I just wanted to say that this week at church, I definitely kept Officer Garcia Kearns and his family in my prayers for everything that they've been going through.
Yes.
Also, last week, I met with Deputy Chief Heffley, Adam Heffley, and we did a little tour of the building on the west side of town and talked about some of the programs that they have. And then thanks for leadership, Lawrence, being able to go there and talk about local politics with the 2026 class.
Yes, we had fun with that. Okay, anything on the future agenda items?
Sherry, I won't be here on May 12th. It's graduation season.
What day?
The 12th.
Well, 12th. And this is looking a long way ahead, but particularly for the vice mayor, since he has to step in. I believe we're going to take a family trip that's going to make me miss the first 2 weeks of August. Between my son-in-law graduating, passing the ball, and starting a new job, and my younger daughter who's graduating, starting grad school, those first 2 weeks of August is the only time we can make it work.
All the things.
And I do not like to miss meetings, but I can't shuffle those around. So anyway, first 2 weeks of August, I probably will not be here, still waiting to confirm that.
And Mayor and Sherry, and now that I'm thinking about it, July, because I know we have back-to-back with summer leadership and summer conference, depending on how travel looks like, I don't want to miss 2 meetings, so we may need to see if for one of those, because I know summer leadership is in Louisville. I think it's the 7th through the 10th. And NBC Leo's the 15th through the 18th, but usually I have to be there the day before. So I think once we get a bit closer, I'll have an idea of how maybe we need to work around travel so I'm not missing those meetings. Because
those are some big meetings.
Big meetings. Last time we did this, I think I was in Florida, and you guys had me out till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, the agenda sometimes takes a while. Okay, let's see. City Manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. We have our now standing report for the membership and those functions that are on there. And then I'll just add to Vice Mayor's comment, a very painful loss of a member of Team Lawrence, and we keep them in our thoughts.
Okay. Any questions for the city manager on that report?
No, so I didn't have any questions for Lindsay. I was thinking about something that Commissioner Devers said a couple months ago, which is, the more data we have, the better we'll be able to make decisions. And this, to me, it's really starting to firm up. Like that heat map. The heat map told me something that I feel like a lot of people have said in town, but it was good to actually get it reflected, which is the amount of youth. The highest percentage of youth other than SPL is at the community building. And I think a lot of people have said that, like, hey, there's kids coming from Central, they're coming from New York, they go over there after school. And then to see that reflected in the heat map, that to me was interesting. Also, at East Lawrence, that has the second most amount of adult individual memberships than SPL. So this heat map and what this looks like going forward, I think that's a fantastic way of visualizing the data. And thanks to Lindsay and her team for putting it together.
Thank you. Okay, that's a public hearing item. Any member of the public here like to speak on city manager's report? How about online?
Nope.
Okay. Calendar items, anything on the calendar? We did learn that DLI is having a breakfast tomorrow at 7:30 if anyone's ready to get up and go somehow.
I'll be there.
I think I'm going to try to be there as well, but it's, I think they meant to invite us, but anyway, we're invited. Yeah. That's tomorrow morning. Anything else on the agenda?